Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How's it going, everybody? Yeah, we're here. We're doing a separate streams today. Um, And already off the gate, I think you know what. Sometimes lightning. I think you just make. I think you are just looking for rage baiting titles. Like you heard Nintendo's recruiting all this stuff to make a Zelda game. Where you been? Where have you been for the last 8 years? Like this, like 8 years. You've been on my stream a lot. You for 8 years. This has been no secret. Like what the hell, dude? I mean, if you were trying to get a reaction, congrats, it worked. But it's like, bro, this is 8-year-old news, man, and it wasn't even hidden. And we talk about it weekly. so, but yeah, like, let's get in, let's get some jazz going. Yeah. Let's start out the reuse team. Yeah. But yeah, we saw me and the dudes. We saw Avatar. I might be still too loud. Get that down lower. What are you seeing? You're going just a little too hard, a little too fast. But yeah. So we saw. I guess I could just throw the image up here. Why not? Why not? We saw the Avatar. We saw the Avatar movie, or as Arnold calls it, Abadad. But yeah, like we saw the movie, and I'm just gonna give it. All right, here's my quick and dirty thoughts on the Avatar Fire and Ash movie we all saw, which was we're all kind of scratching our heads a little like puzzled because so much of the movie is kind of a repeat of the second movie, and a day later I have this sort of weird kind of strange epiphany, and that is in a vacuum it's actually a pretty good movie. Like it's actually pretty decent in a vacuum. If maybe you only heard what happened in 2, like if you saw 1 and you read a little background info on, okay, here's the cliff notes of 2, and then you went into 3, you'd probably be like, hey, this is pretty cool. I'm seeing a lot of cool, crazy new stuff, right? But then the thing is if you watch 1 and then you watch 2 and then you go into 3 and you're kind of like, hey, I've seen this one before. You're like Marty McFly, at dinner in the 50s with his family. So you're like, this is kind of a rerun. Not to say it's not entirely a rerun, but it's there's a little bit of shocking, like, man, so much of this movie feels like we did this already. Didn't we do this? We did this. And this kind of goes into the knowledge from interviews and stuff of that. The second movie was split into 2 movies. There were scripts for 3 Avatar sequels, and it became 4 Avatar sequels because the script for 2 was getting too dense and too long. So they split part 2 into 2 parts. They kind of Netflix seasoned this, where although they're still 3.5 hours each practically. So yeah, part 2 got put into 2 whole movies, and it feels like it. Like never, and you watch it on screen and you've never felt, wow, this movie got this is a single story split into 2. I haven't felt this so hard since watching Frozen for the first time and being like, oh my god, what's up, Napa? I could just visually see this movie going through 4 different iterations before landing on the movie we got here. You could just see the splits, or like Brave, where like I remember watching Brave by Pixar, and like you can just, as a film goer, you can watch that movie and go, this is the moment the director switched. Like right here, we literally switched directors right here, and you can just feel it really hard. So it's kind of like, okay, this was a movie where it's like, man, you could feel where they split this. This was one story split into 2. And the big thing is because the third act is basically the same as part 2's third act, only bigger and grander and epicer. So it's basically like that. They split two, and then they're like, okay, so what do we do for Act 3 of Part 2? We can't not have a big climactic, finish at the end of Part 2 now that we split it. So they're like, what? So the solution seems to have been, we didn't know this when we saw Part 2, which was take the plot, the climactic finish of Fire and Ash, Part 3, and just make a smaller version of that for Part 2. Bada bing, bada boom. there you go. So it's kind of like, oh, like, I guess to maybe put it in sort of like context for people who haven't quite seen it yet, it's imagine if Return of the King ended at Helm's Deep. Like, again, like the humans just all reconvened in Gondor, met up with Rohan, and instead of, like, the riders of Rohan, going to Pelennor Fields and defending the city of Gondor fled to Rohan, and then they all said, okay, let's all go back to Helm's Deep, and we'll rebuild the wall and put it back up, and then there's an even bigger, more massive battle with Oliphants at Helm's Deep at the end of Return of the King. That's basically what happened here with Fire and Ash. We got this weird sort of like, we're doing this again, like, this is cool, but we're doing it again. So the good, you ain't seen anything like this. Like, in 2 seconds of starting this movie, you look at the CG and you go, man, every other movie CG looks like poop compared to this. Like, it feels like it's like 2 or 3 console generations ahead. Like, I'm not even joking here, where like you watch this movie, just the opening minutes of it, and it feels like you went back in time to 1995 and showed people who were just getting their first PlayStation 1, like, hey, here's what games are going to look like on PS4. And oh. like it's got this insane visual, like, it's just so far beyond. Now, then again, we were watching it on like, the most pristine screen we could find, which was like a Dolby Atmos, laser projector, yada yada, and like that's recommended specifically by Hollywood directors. So we got the most pristine looking screen we could get, and that thing looked amazing as far as like visual fidelity. It was just like, like, what's up, Zangetsu? Like, a lot of times you get movies and 3D movies are a little dim or a little fuzzy or a little like, nah, dude, this thing was like looking through like a cleanly polished window into another world. So yeah, you got like this, okay, visually amazing. Fight scenes, choreography, amazing. And you got moments in this movie of acting that are pretty amazing. Like, like I really got to give it up to both the actors and the animators for acting their hearts out, and then the animators making sure that like followed through with completely into their CG character models. So, I mean, I was just kind of like, man, like, everything looks like poop compared to like this film's CG, like everything. So it's almost a disservice where it's like, man, because the thing is, we're going to keep getting these like really rush jobs and the big Marvel movies that are rushed out to meet deadlines, and other studios are going to rush their superhero films to meet their deadlines and get their tentpoles. And these movies all take a ton of time. Like, Big Jim gets to like sit on his laurels, and Weta basically gets to like sit there and spend years, multiple years plural, like just CGing this movie or recreating this world digitally, and it shows. So something to really be said for like having the most talented artists, and having the time and having the budget, because as the triangle of film, as you all know, you can get 2 of the 3 things. You can either get which is time, budget, or speed, right? You can't get all 3. You can't get all 3. You can have a movie that, time, budget, and speed. You can do it fast, and you can do it on a budget, but it's not going to look great. And you can do budget, but take forever. Which is kind of this movie, which is like, okay, the triangle is like, this one is like, we took our time, we spent a lot of money. This is the result, but we ain't getting it fast. That's Avatar. You spend a lot of money, you take a lot of talent, you spend a lot of time, and then you get a really good product, but it takes forever. So you can't have it all ways. You can't have a movie that looks like this, and comes out quickly and costs nothing. You can't get a cheap movie quickly, and looking like this. This is something so when as far as visual effects go, this is like, okay, this is on another level. We watched it in 3D with a HFR, high frame rate, which is the one thing that is a little weird, because there's moments where when the movie, if it's going from a high frame rate scene, if you're watching it in HFR, which I don't know how many people are going to have that ability, when it goes from HFR back to 24, if there's too much motion going around, you really you'll notice it if you're good at frame rates, and as gamers we're all probably pretty good at frame rates. But you'll notice when it drops back down to 24, because you're like, ugh. But it's only at its worst when, say, there's a high action scene, and then it cuts or drops back down to 24, but there's just a bunch of leaves falling, and all of a sudden the leaves falling look really bad, like from a frame rate perspective. You're like, oh my god, we're back to 24, and it's like, what is going on? And yeah, there's still a little bit of in that initial, because the film opens in a high frame rate scene, and there's that little bit of almost soap opera feel to it with how smooth everything is. But yeah, it kind of bounces back and forth between high frame rate and regular frame rate. But it looks, but when the high frame rate's going and it's going for a good steady clip, it looks so smooth. You get this movie, you get why they did it. I saw Hobbit, all of it in high frame rate, and it was just kind of after about 10 minutes you adjusted to it, and then it was just kind of why did we even bother paying for the high frame rate when it's okay, well, whatever. This is, at first it looks like a soap opera, and then it smooths out, and then your brain gets used to it and you just don't even notice anymore. So yeah, but when they have longer high frame rate, you can kind of see, because it does make the action, it's basically like turning off motion blur, in a video game. You can do things smoother, and things don't look smudgier, and your brain's not trying to catch up as much, especially with 3D. So it's actually done almost in a way to help alleviate 3D fatigue, because with smoother, higher frame rate, smoother motion, your brain doesn't have to fill in so many gaps. So yeah, on that visual front, it's so again, we're watching it with the best Dolby Atmos sound on a laser projector with a high frame rate projector going, so saw the best possible quality. But so yeah, visually, this movie's still on another level. It's 11 out of 10 or whatever. But as far as the rest of the movie goes, yeah, this is kind of getting into that sort of repeat territory. Now, the thing is, I feel and I hate to put anyone on blast, but if you're going to say, Dances with Wolves in Space, Pocahontas, Smurfs, it's kind of okay, you're kind of not worth having a conversation with, because that's the most tired, boring, stupid argument ever. Whatever. Oh, movies like another movie. News at 11. I think, okay, I think Shakespeare's Ghost probably is owed trillions of dollars of royalty at this point if we want to bitch about movies being similar to other movies. There's 7 basic stories. So for me, it's kind of okay, we can get past this boring, stupid argument about, oh, it's like this, it's like that. It's like Pocahontas, like Denzel Wolves, whatever. As far as the actual story and plot and characters go, okay, well, I want to give this sort of a fair shake. I'm always hey, I appreciate the fact that someone's trying to make a new universe. They're not just digging through decades of comic books and just cherry picking what they like, and dropping and changing what they don't, and or just pillaging a book series, or giving Stephen King more money. Can I pull this out? Can I pull that out? Can I do this? It's okay, someone's actually trying to do something on their own, and we don't know where the story is going to go. And that was actually the exciting part of Avatar 1, especially Avatar 2, where it was we don't know where the story's going. Pretty good idea. They're probably not going to kill a bunch of characters off or anything. And we're not watching Game of Thrones here, but that's the fun part. Is we don't know where things are going. So it's kind of okay, cool. We got a new universe. We don't know where things are going. So that was kind of the fun. Unfortunately, with 3 is it feels like there's 4 plot lines. There's A plot and B plot. This movie has 4 plot lines going on at once, and they're all happening. They're cutting back and forth between them, but the actual progression of the overall narrative feels like it's going nowhere. Like, time passes in the movie, but also it feels like nothing's actually changed. That's kind of like this film's greatest sin, is that, like, we pretty much end at the same point that we did in 2, save for one character gets its acceptance. Like, you know, this one character who was kind of, you know, on shaky ground with some of the other characters gets accepted, the end, you know, kind of thing. Like, that's really, but otherwise we kind of went through the exact same things. All, like, we still hinted at things that were hinted in 2, and they're hinted at again, but we don't have any conclusion. We have no definitive answers for any, like, weird big mysteries. They're still sort of, like, out there, like maybe they'll get explained down the road. So it's kind of like, wow, there's like 4 plot lines going on in this movie, but like the actual progression of the main narration, like, where there's like this sort of like, okay, where are we going? Like, everyone's got their hang-ups. They got to get over their hang-ups. They get over their hang-ups. Cool, but it's like, at the end of the day, we're not really anywhere different than where we were at the end of 2, and even at the end and even realistically at the end of 2, just spoiler alert a little bit at the end of 2, where it's like, all right, you blew up a whaling vessel, but guess what? There's still a whole lot of people on this planet, and are probably going to be more, you know, they're probably going to more coming in by the day, kind of thing. And that's still kind of where we are at the end of 3, where it's like the narrative of like what's going to happen to Pandora, how do the humans figure into this, all of that stuff is not really that is like not progressed in this movie at all. Like, it's just kind of like, nah. Let's spend 3.5 hours going through the trials and tribulations of each of like the main characters, like, and even Jake and Neytiri have like separate storyline pathway, you know, separate like character arcs they're going through, and then his son has got one, and his adoptive daughter's got one, and his adoptive son's got one, and the villain's got one. So it's like there's like 5 almost plot lines going on. So it's kind of like, okay, that's great. I'm glad everyone figured out whatever they're gonna do, but like, we didn't really move the plot forward, and that's kind of like the disappointing part of it, where it's like, okay, well, it's still very pretty, but we go to very few new places. We see a little bit more of places from the last movie, but like going somewhere brand new in this movie, not really. And that's actually probably one of the weirdest things, because Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 are basically like make-believe National Geographic films in a way, you know, like, you know, the Visit the Wonderful World of Pandora, and, you know, or I should say, Richard Attenborough, you know, or like, you know, David Attenborough, like, oh, here on the planet of Pandora, we see the extraordinary, you know, Viper Wolf in his den. You know, that's what you're basically getting. You're getting these National Geographic make-believe movies of Pandora in 1 and 2. And 3 is just like, no, it's all remixing. It's all remixing places we've been. We get like one scene in the Ash tribe area, and it's one scene, and it's kind of come and goes pretty quick. They don't spend a lot of time there, like, at all. So, like, and the other thing too is like, okay, so should you just watch 2 and 3 back to back? Well, 1, that's 7 hours, and 2, the movies kind of, in a weird sort of way, hurt each other, because 3 is so much of a remix of 2, and even a little bit of remix of 1 in certain aspects. Because 3 is so much of a remix of 2, it kind of makes 2, in retrospect, not really as great, but 2 is chronologically first. So there's a weirdness here. Like, honestly, I feel like 2 and 3 should not have been split, and they probably should have just figured out a way to condense and get the points of both movies across in 3.5 hours. Because 3 ends up being repetitive of 2, but then it also has its own unique things as well that you don't want to miss out on. You wouldn't want to miss out on. And there's so much in 2 that's like unique and introduced to you. So it's like this. Unfortunately, it's just kind of like it's a movie that's really weird. Like, it's spinning its wheels a lot, and And it's like for all that's new in here, very little is progressing forward. At the end of the day, which is unfortunate because I went back and I looked at John Landau, RAP. You know, some of his comments he was making where Avatar 4 and 5 are supposed to be more Earth focused films, and there's things that they introduce at the start, at the beginning of 2, that are like, okay, this could lead to some really cool things, like some really really good deep philosophical cyberpunk-ish kind of ideas that kind of really don't really resurface much in here in 3, but are still kind of there. And I feel like, man, the idea of like shifting gears a little bit to 4 and 5, I wish, again, I actually just look at this and I wish this was condensed into 3, or I'm sorry, I wish part 3 was condensed into part 2, and that we never split it, and that we were gonna have Avatar 2, Way of Water is just would have combined all of this, and we could have been watching the theoretical part 4, which has more Earth focus, or what's happening there. I think that would have been more interesting to me, because I actually am interested in this universe. I'm kind of interested to see where it goes. It's very beautiful. I do love the fact that James Cameron loves, there's a lot of similar shit I love. I love, like, I love environment. Like, I'm an environment whore, like a good environment, and I'm suckered in real easily with video games, and it's true here too. Like, okay, so we're gonna have like the most tropical rainforest we've ever conceived, and the most coral reef we've ever seen. It's like, are you on board? Yes, of course I'm on board. But but yeah, I actually kind of wish I wish we had just sort of condensed this into the last movie so we could be on to the greater overall narrative of because like right now it's still like humans, and that's the other thing is like humans are bad, and they're all mostly bad except a few good ones. And I'm okay with this, but I almost wish it was like, okay, cool. So why aren't we killing more of them? Like, get to the part where we're having like a good, honest to God, like, nature versus machine murder, kill, like, because there's even a line in the movie where she's just like, the sky people is what they call humans, kill them all, and I'm like. Like the Kermit looking at himself as Constantine meme, kill them all. Kill them all. Like, and I'm like, that's cool, but we're kind of just okay. Like, we're talking about a couple boats here. I'm like, I want to see like like it really get to that weird escalation point there. But but yeah, like I kind of just feel like plot needed to move a little more forward, and I do think that there's actually something interesting there, because again, I don't think it's just going to be ultimately lead to, it's not just going to be about, okay, all the Pandora creatures and peoples, they have to just kill all the humans. I don't think it's going to end that way. I don't think that's where it's going, but I do think there's potential. I see the potential there for something interesting and something a little weird and something a little out there. I have my own headcanon theory of where they've been going with this, almost really since part 2, but even a little bit since part 1. I've had this theory even from part 1 that I feel 2 was hinting at more, and there's a hint in this movie where I feel like I'm just being vindicated more, a little more, just tiny little bit of being vindicated more and more in my headcanon theory of what's going on with the Avatar movies, like overall, like where we're going to end up in 5. But I'm sick of being teased. Like, let's get to the meat and potatoes and the answers. And I think spending 7 hours of film and two whole films, a total of 7 hours spread across 2 long movies of here's my family drama. Here's how my family drama sort of relates a little bit to the villain and how we get over that family drama. I'm like, we did not need to spend 7 hours doing that. And despite how effing beautiful the movie is. So we did not need to spend this much time doing it. It's kind of like I get it. Like, there's things that happen, and yeah, like, okay, like part of the family drama in part 2 was losing the eldest son, and then the youngest son, has to deal with the fallout of that and blaming himself for it and yada yada, and that's good stuff. It is good stuff. I'm not saying don't cut it out. I'm just saying, like, this feels like it could have been scrunched a little bit. Like, I don't know, which is weird to say because I'm usually a fan of long movies. But again, when we're repeating whole ass scenarios, like bit for bit, movie to movie, that's where I'm starting to draw the line here a little bit. Like, Okay, time out. You're doing the exact same third act in the almost the exact same place with the exact same kind of setup. Like, time out now. We've been here. We've been here. Like, I know you don't want to just like forget about things wholesale, but it's like before this movie we got a Mandalorian and Grogu trailer, and it was just kind of reminding me of like how boring post trilogy Star Wars became, because everyone just wanted to fester in the world of OG trilogy Star Wars so hard. We want to have TIE fighters and stormtroopers and scary Force users in black robes and ATs, and I'm just like, I can't unsee that. I'm just like, but God, we're gonna have let's have a hut, but have them roided out, and I'm like, okay. Part of me is like, okay, I'm starting to get this. Maybe we stayed here a little too long. Like maybe we spent a little too much time kind of redoing the same things over and over, because it's fine if you want to. I'm not opposed to a movie staying in an area for a long amount of time. I mean, again, there's great movies that take place in a room, like 12 Angry Men and The Magnificent, the Hateful Eight, stuff like that. Like, there are movies that take place in whole rooms and you can make the drama work. That's not even the problem. The problem is that we're kind of like beat for beat repeating things, and repeating story beats in the same places twice, back to back. So, I don't know. If you want to see a really beautiful movie, if you want to see really good action, well-directed action, it's a good time. These movies are rides. And the funny thing is, if you saw Avatar 2, go see this in 4DX. And the reason I say go see this in 4DX is you don't need to. The story beats. Like, you're gonna see them presented at the beginning of the movie and just be like, I get it, I know where this is going. You don't have to pay attention that much. Go see this in 4DX, because you already have seen the plot for this movie for the most part. So because this movie is basically a ride, make it a ride. Go see this in 4DX. This is a movie. Like when I was driving home, I was like, we kept saying we'll never see a movie for the first time in 4DX because of how obnoxious it is. And I'm like, but the plot of this movie was so much of a 2.5. I'm like, we should have just watched this in 4DX. We should have just done the ride. That's my official review. Like, bump up your score a whole solid point, by watching this in 4DX. It's probably the best way to see this movie, if you can find a 4DX theater. Otherwise it's kind of like it's a beautiful retread. So good, but good time. I mean, is it say on like a sort of comparison scale? Is it better than Marvel movies? It's better than most Marvel movies. It's certainly better than anything Marvel. Endgame, probably better than Endgame. It's certainly better shot than Endgame. If you can get a 4DX with a laser, go for it. But yeah, my opinion is just like, well, you'll still have a decent time, assuming you can get over it's Pocahontas in space. I'm like, it's like, it's Ferngully with blue people. If you can get past that tired argument now, yeah, go see it in 4DX. It's a ride. Does it, again, the question that I get asked is does this make it a good movie if you have to watch it in a movie theater in a ride format? No, it doesn't. It doesn't make it I guess not really good movie. It's not a movie, it's an experience. It's an experience, and if you're going to see this movie because of the experience, go see it in 4DX if you have the ability to do so. That's my ultimate take on it. I don't regret seeing it, but I'm a little whelmed. I'm a little whelmed by this movie. Maybe even a little bit underwhelmed, but definitely whelmed. Not visually. Oh no. This is the best looking thing you'll see at the movies probably till the next Avatar comes out. It's this movie's a great experience. No, it's all right movie. Um, so yeah, that is my official review for Avatar: Fire and Ash. If I were to grade it, I don't know. I just this is really hard, man, because like grading this is hard, man. And part of me is like, I don't know, conflicted. I'm very conflicted, and I'm really hovering around like the 7 mark on this one. Like, it's so good and so well produced, but like from a purely from the script dialogue, not even the dialogue, but mostly just like from the storyboard aspect, it's like, oh, you're doing the same thing over and over and over, and like there's so many scenes and not even just, I'm not even talking about the climax, like not even the finale, just like this scene, we had this scene in this place with these characters, we had this scene in this place with these characters, we had this scene in this place with these characters. It's like that's kind of like the sort of like that's kind of like the frustrating part of it. I wasn't bored. I was never bored with the movie. I never checked my watch. But I was like, fuck, I've seen this before. And man, that's kind of, again, the thing I liked about Avatar was that I've never seen anything like this, and I don't really know where it's going. I have a pretty good idea where it's going, because again, you know, if you really sit down and boil down a movie, like, did anyone sit down to Avengers Infinity War? I'm sorry, Endgame. Did anyone go into Endgame thinking Thanos might win? Like, please. Like, fucking please. Did you go into Iron Man 1 thinking Iron Man was going to die? Did you go into Iron Man 2 thinking Iron Man 2 was going to die? Or 3? No. Like, but, like, yeah, I wasn't bored, but I was definitely, like, I don't know what the opposite of bored is. It's not the opposite, but I was very much, like, consciously aware I've seen this before. Like, really, we're doing this again. This is happening again. So they're pretty. I mean, I don't know what a 40X ticket costs, but I mean, like, it's 3.5 hours. At least you're not getting, you're not getting no short movie there. So, yeah, not every movie has to be a home run, and I think that's the most important one. So yeah, if you like if you like having a theater going experience, if you enjoy going out to the movies, this is a good movie to go out and see on a big screen, preferably on a 40X ride. That is what this movie is made for. If you're sitting there, like, if you expect your film to be good at home as it is in the theater, this ain't that movie. This ain't that franchise. Here's the funny thing. I've never watched any Avatar movie at home. I've never watched Avatar on a TV or monitor. I've only ever seen it in the theater. That goes for part 1 and part 2 and part 3, I guess now. I have never watched Avatar at home. I've never seen it on a monitor. And I think that's probably a good thing, because I don't know how well these movies would hold up if I was on a couch and had the ability to pause or do whatever, So so yeah. Otherwise, go see it. But anyways, let's talk about the other part of this. I think 40X is cheaper than Dobby movies for me here. Well, shit, I'd go see it in 40X then, Dickbuster. I don't know if it'd be 40. I mean, I saw Way of Water in 40X, and that was 3D. I had 3D glasses on that one, but wait, there's more. But yeah, let's talk about the other thing. So, Indie Game Awards, which again you could have watched live on Tattooed Nadia's YouTube channel, and we were both live reacting to Expedition 33, winning Game of the Year and Best Debut, and we were both kind of like, and that got retracted today. Also, one of the Vanguard recipients had his award taken from him. I forget who it was. It was someone who was making a Game Boy Light game, but that's because, like, apparently he was getting money from Palmer Luckey, of all people, and a company that is funded through Lockheed Martin. So they were like, no. But yeah, Expedition 33. They said, and here's the thing. This is there's the weird thing that they retracted Expedition 33's award. Number one, I guess before I get into it, it had no business being there, and I stand by that. At the Indie Game Awards, Expedition 33 is not a fucking indie game. Like, I liked the game a lot. I played through it. I beat it. Y'all watched me do it. It was not a fucking indie game. Not in my mind, not by my definition, which indie means independently funded. You independently funded. No publisher that came in and said, we will publish your game and give you a budget, a chunk of money. Even no matter how hands-off they are, if a publisher comes in and says, we're going to publish your title, you can even still own the IP, but here's $10 million, here's $20 million, you aren't indie anymore. You are not fucking indie if you're fucking hiring Charlie Cox and Andy Serkis to come in and do the voices for your characters. Like, fucking please. So yeah, it got removed, and Best Debut Indie Game at the Indie Game Awards went to Sorry We're Closed. Did I get that right? Where's my wife? Sorry We're Closed, I believe, is the name of the game, which I hope I didn't screw that name up. Sorry We're Closed, which is the really cool, weird, like punk angel demon kind of Resident Evil clone. And then Game of the Year went to Blueprints. But yeah, Best Debut Game went to Sorry We're Closed. And then Game of the Year went to Blueprints because of it. Honker, don't be so fast to correct me. You come off as kind of an ass. I literally said Best Debut Indie Game. So yeah, well, then maybe you should read things before rushing to correct people. So yeah, it got there because they said at the beginning of the show, they said any game that used generative AI is not eligible for a nomination at the Indie Game Awards, which I thought was weird because they said that right at the start of their show, and I'm like, yeah, and fucking Expedition said they did, and then they replaced it in a patch update. They said this months ago. This is where this is why I was like, this is weird to me. Like, okay, good rule. I agree with the rule 100%. I think they should, and it's their fucking award show. But why is Expedition 33 here as a non-indie and an indie show? Two, and I'm like, they literally said they had generative AI on textures in the game. They replaced them, but they had them, which means they did it. So why is it here? So they released a statement today saying that, like, you know, when they submitted it for nominations, Sandfall said they didn't use any generative AI. And then they found out on the day of, they did use generative AI. So the wording was a little weird from the Indie Game Awards because it made it sound like they admitted to using generative AI the day of the Indie Game Awards. Which I'm like, they said this months ago. Did Indie Game Awards not catch it? Did they not know about it? It's possible. But yeah, okay. So that was just a little weird to me. But the weird part, I think the more damning part is that they when they asked all of the nominees, they said, did you use generative AI? And Sandfall said no. And then they get the award, and they film their own acceptance speech and everything. And I'm like, hold up. Sandfall, you fucking knew there was generative AI in your game. You fucking patched it out. Which means that there was probably a lot more generative AI textures in there at some point, and then you removed them. But you still released a product with generative AI art in the game. And you even admitted it months ago. Like, frankly, I mean, part of me is like, there's no way they submitted for Indie Game of the Year back in May or something. Like, there's no way they did that. So when they win, I don't know when Indie Game Awards reached out for people to be nominated, but it's like Sandfall would know that we definitely used generative AI at some point. So they knew. So why would Sandfall ever at any point, you know, whenever it was this year, why would they ever sit there and tell them no, we didn't? I don't think Indie Game Awards is at any fault. Actually, they said, "Oh, is your game generative AI?" And they said, "No, it's not Indie Game Awards to sit there and like cross-reference and double-check every interview done with the studio to see if they mentioned something." They asked. The he said, she said of it right now is Indie Game Awards is saying we asked, they said no. We put it up for nomination, it won, and then we found out, oh shit, it does. I don't know why someone didn't fill them in sooner or something, but again, it's like, okay, I'm not gonna fault Indie Game Awards for not knowing every statement made by a developer during the year. So that was a fucking lie. So yeah, like they used it and they got rid of it. Now, frankly, good. I'm kind of glad they're getting their. I'm glad their feet, is being put to the fire. I'm glad they're something's going on. I mean, the thing is like Indie Game Awards, it's their show, it's their rules. They had their rules. Sandfall, from their statement, blatantly fucking lied to them, and they basically did what they were supposed to do, which is like, well, okay, our rule says no generative AI. You use generative AI, you're no longer. We're retracting your award. It's going to someone else. Good. Good. Like basically it. Like that's how it should be done. I don't see any bitterness coming from Sandfall from it, and frankly, they had no business being there anyways. And this is where I'm gonna get a little like, I'm gonna get a little like a little preachy here, where it's like, I understand that everyone in the industry is doing it, and frankly, why? Why do you need it? Are you, as in an artistic capacity, strictly speaking, generative AI for use in visual and audio, like visual imagery, audio, audio, whatever. In the strictest sense of video and audio, why do you fucking need it? Why do you fucking need it? Like, if it's a fucking placeholder art, you're like, well, it's just placeholder. Then just fucking, it's a placeholder for a newspaper or a bulletin. Then draw a fucking square and some squiggly lines on it and just write placeholder. Because it's placeholder. You don't fucking need to sit there and go to the plagiarism machine and say, spit me out a newspaper clipping that looks like a 1930s thing. Great, placeholder. If it's placeholder, fucking just write placeholder on a fucking square. Everyone can draw a fucking square. People can draw squares with their mouths. Like, for fuck's sake. You do not need to be using generative AI for any fucking reason in audio or visual. Like, just get rid of it. If you need placeholder, just fucking draw whatever little squiggles you need to and just say it's placeholder. To be done sometime else. Like, stupid. 30 years ago, did 30 years ago, when the people who made Chrono Trigger fucking need to go type in some shit on AI to build a world, any part of art in that game? No. Did anyone need to do it 3 years later for Ocarina of Time? No. So all these fucking beautiful worlds and visions, like when they made Lord of the fucking Rings for the big screen and they used bigatures and whatever, did they use AI? No, they didn't. They didn't need to. Because if you can't come up with something on your own, you don't deserve to be making it. Flat out. If you need to steal to make your art work, you're not an artist. You're a fucking theft. You're a thief. So don't use generative AI. Ever. For any reason. In regards to visual and like, oh, well, we use it for like brainstorming ideas. Then your brain fucking sucks. You're not talented if you can't fucking brainstorm without resorting to AI. Go to a fucking library. Go take pictures somewhere. Go reference other art from other artists. That could be other artists that drew something, other artists that painted something, other artists that composed something, other artists that photographed something. Go fucking find their work, their specific human art yourself. if you need to get inspiration. Don't sit there and fucking plug into the fucking plagiarism machine, burn up some of the ozone, and then be like, oh, yeah, this really helped me. I just sat at my desk and fuck you. Like, you want me to take video games as an art? Are video games art? Then put some fucking passion into your fucking project. Obviously, this is going to be hard to do when you have these big AAA publishers who are all, fucking in bed with all the tech bros and all the other bullshitters and all the other grifters, and they're like enforcing it and making everyone use it and all that shit. But here at the Indie Game Awards, if you don't have some big AAA publisher overseer telling you have to use this every day or whatever the fuck, and you want to make your big passion project indie game, then make it with fucking passion. Don't make it with fucking typing in commands into a plagiarism machine. So yeah, this is my high horse here where I'm just kind of like, oh, well, we just needed to use it for ideas and whatever. And I'm like, why? Why do you fucking need to use it for ideas? All of the fucking art that's ever been existed and created that exists in this world and our history of this world prior to this AI revolution was made without the use of AI. Why do you fucking need it now, you lazy piece of shit? And that's how I feel about fucking generative AI. We didn't get here. All of the fucking Renaissance art, all of the fucking, architectural stuff, all of everything, all of the fucking movements in architecture and painting, in graphic novels and music and composition and jazz and rock and blues, all this shit. None of it was fucking done from a computer cobbling shit that existed prior together. Like, if you need something to plagiarize for you to get fucking inspiration, then you don't fucking have you do not have an artistic bone in your body. Or if you do, it's so fucking lazy that it's just buried under mounds of flab. Like, you want me to treat your shit like art? Then make it like it's art. So that's what I feel about generative AI. I mean, shame on Sandfall for even using it to begin with. You're gonna say all of the rest of the artistic shit in that game, and we're just gonna blast them for using a little bit for a placeholder text. Sure, but I'm gonna blast them for being like, if you had a placeholder text, just fucking draw a square and call it placeholder. Why did you need to go to a fucking AI machine to do it? Oh, will it look better? Well, it looked better. It looked just good enough that you fucking forgot it was there and released the game with plagiarized art assets. Don't use it. If it's placeholder, make it look shitty on purpose so you know that it's placeholder and you remember it's placeholder. What's up, Mecha Dragoon? So yeah, that's how I mean. They deserve to. They deserve to have their awards stripped of them because they clearly broke the rules that were told to them for the Indie Game Awards. So yeah, they deserve to have that taken away, and I'm actually glad Indie Game Awards stepped up and did that. I'm also glad they stepped up and said, "You're getting funded. You're getting funded by Lockheed Martin? Nah. We're not going to endorse that shit." I'm glad they even did that for that too. It's their fucking shit. So. So yeah, I'm pretty happy that's how that shit went down. There was some guy who got the Vanguard Award at Indie Game Awards where he's making like some Game Boy-esque game or game that can be played on a Game Boy. What's up, that one protagonist? I did it. I finally beat Xenoblade 2. Hell yes, sir. How was that final chapter for you? So yeah, someone was making an indie game that was going to work on an original Game Boy, and the company that's funding either the game or the physical version of that cartridge is a company that's like an offshoot of Lockheed Martin, which manufactures war weapons. So they were like, no, no, nope, we're taking this one away. And the person who founded this company that's doing these physical Game Boy cartridges is none other than Palmer Luckey from Oculus, who got kicked. Well, the guy who got kicked out, left, whatever, Oculus. But yeah, I'm a new fan. No fan of generative AI. Like I understand if you're doing things to like run a check, like it's like a spell check is like, okay, AI is spell check, and sometimes even spell check gets shit wrong. I don't have a problem with spell check. You wrote something and maybe your grammar was inconsistent, so something just like went through and looked for grammar errors. Big deal. They highlights it and then you manually just choose to switch it or not yourself. So yeah, I get aspects of that, but I mean, like when audio visual, if any part of the artistic process is being replaced with stolen imagery, stolen audio file, get out of here. Yeah, spell check's not right in the damn paper. But anyone who works in legal can tell you, because people like legal people are trying to all write up all kinds of documentation using AI for NDAs and legal paperwork, and anyone who works in a law firm can tell you how much of a nightmare it is to see AI come up with contracts and whatever. So yeah, like for me, the big one is just kind of like I'm sure there's decent uses of AI. Art and audio is not one of them. Not at all. The thing is, though, is that people say, well, yeah, AI is good as a tool and as a creator, but they're using the tool to make art. It's my paintbrush. It ain't your damn paintbrush. Also, I now understand. Hey, it's right, protagonist. It all made sense. Very satisfied ending. Very satisfied ending. Yeah. It's sure what the final boss. Yeah, well, at the midpoint when it does the cutscene in the middle, you have to be able to withstand his big hype beam. You can't beat the boss unless you can withstand his full laser blast. But luckily, he's only one boss. You don't have to fight 5 forms of it. It's one life bar, two phases. Like it's more like half his life bar, cutscene, the other half of the life bar. Milli Vanilli in concert. Did I catch that leak? Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that, which is good, but I need to go get some shit to drink because, frankly, I think Nintendo is not in trouble, but I think Nintendo's going to have a might potentially have a rougher 26 than they're probably hoping for. But it's not just Nintendo. Frankly, everyone's going to have a rough 26. Thanks, Mango Mussolini. Somehow it's still going to it's going to be 10 years from now and they're still going to be blaming Biden for it or some shit. But yeah, went from being said to learn. Yeah, exactly. Um, but yeah. Yeah, and then Hogger noticed too. Why is Europe so fucking gung ho for AI? I've been wondering this. I've been noticing this. Like Larian and now Expedition 33, and I'm sure a bunch of others. I'm sure Rebellion is doing it like crazy. Why is Europe so fucking gung ho for AI? Like stop listening. Stop listening to the fucking weird tech bros from Silicon Valley. They lost their mind a long time ago. They are nothing but that fucking snake oil salesman from Red Dead Redemption 1. Yeah, the name. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some drink. Ba-da-ba-ba. So, yeah, getting back to this whole Nintendo thing, and this is gonna be good. This will lead into Metroid Prime, which, yeah, I know. I feel like people are really getting on, like, their weird panties of a bunch. I'm like, yeah, Metroid Prime, does it have a bad end game? So, yes, it does. But where the fuck were you during Wind Waker for this? But yeah, I think in light of the fact that we had the worst November in 30 years last month, really says something. Now, I think, Honker, you've already gotten it maybe a little mixed up here. It's not the worst month since 1995. It's the worst November since 1995. If it was the worst month since 1995, nobody bought a single fucking video game, pretty much. Rich people. I hate rich people. But yeah, we had the worst November in 30 years last month. GG's game industry. Mostly, I think that's a large part of that is due to the fact that Xbox is dead. It's just fucking dead. And they drove their own stake into their heart further with not one but two price increases to their console. PS5 had price increases earlier this year, and it's a 5-year-old system. It's not going to get any better. And Nintendo, here's the crazy thing. Here is the crazy thing. I'm not fucking crazy. I'm not a Nintendo doomer here, but the amount of systems that Nintendo sold, Switch 1 and 2 combined, the combined sales of all three models of Switch 1 and Switch 2 and its bundles was 10% less than all the Switch 1s they sold last November. Okay? So if you take every Switch 1 and plus 2 console SKU on the market last month in November, they sold 10% less systems than just Switch 1 last year. So, people are not in any bum rush to get a Switch 2. Switch 2 is selling very well. It sold well. It sold very well. They did the right thing. They made a shit ton of them. And they put it out in and they put it out in June, and people had half a year to go out and get one if they wanted one. And I think yeah. Oh, I agree, Zero White Wolf, but like, good luck telling all the Nintendo shills online that. I think their lineup was okay this fall. I said it was a scrambly lineup. But I think with the RAM and the SSD shit and everything oncoming, I don't think Nintendo's going to be able to avoid a price increase for the Switch 2 either next year. Which leads me to my next point. Let me see if I can find something for this. Boy, this is from Nintendo. Yeesh. I really want this. gonna get this image cleaner, clearer, bigger. Ugh, fuck it, whatever. Not thrilled about this source, but what can you do? Okay, so getting to my point here. This is Nintendo's 2026 lineup, as of now. You could put Duskbloods right here in the question mark block. Because it's forgetting Duskbloods for whatever reason. $70 Air Riders was a choice, one they made willingly. Very much so, right? So, January, we got Animal Crossing New Horizons update. Now, the update is free. All the substantial stuff is in the free update. And then there's like, what, a $5 bump for Switch 2 edition? Or whatever. Okay. And then in February is Mario Tennis Fever, which will be fun for a weekend. Sorry, Camelot. Virtual Boy, which I'm still kind of confused who thought that was a good idea. $100 Virtual Boy add-on or a $25 cardboard box. Like Pokepia, which, I mean, dude, there was this, fuck, I'm gonna find the screenshot here, dude, like, I swear there was like a new screenshot Nintendo put out today, and I'm like, when the fuck are you Pokemon people ever gonna have standards? Just... Gosh, I wish I could find that screenshot I saw that day. It was like on like Nintendo's Twitter or some shit. And I was just kind of like, holy dumb fuck. It was like a selfie picture or something with the characters, and I'm just gonna like, holy fuck! Like, holy fuck, man! This is a fucking Switch 2 game. Jesus, titty fucking Christ! Switch 2, everybody. Like, Switch fucking 2. When are you Pokemon fans ever gonna stand up for yourselves? This is from Nintendo's own website, by the way. I don't even think this is cross-gen. Isn't this like a Switch 2 only game? Cursed. Bro, my fucking phone could run this game. Is it only Switch 2? I believe it is. So if it is, and then Koei Tecmo is the main dev on this one, and I'm like, really, guys, really? Christ on a crutch, dude. Like it. $500. $450 with tax, getting you up to $500, and this is the output from your exclusive game. fuck are we doing here? This is ridiculous. Look at this. Look at this shit. Holy fuck. Anyways, no solid release date, but you got Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, which is cross-gen as well. A fucking multiplayer upgrade to Super Mario Wonder. A fucking talking flower piece of plastic. Woo. And then, yeah, later we got Fire Emblem, another Switch 1 game, Rhythm Heaven Groove, which this thing could have come out on their website. And Splatoon Raiders. And Duskbloods. Yes. Absolutely deserves that. It deserves that. And it just...
Holy the fuck! What is this shit?
So, as people have been saying, that February Direct better be a fucking banger. Well, Fire Emblem's a big game for the core, like the hardcore audience. And even I have been questionable about that game's graphical, prowess. Like, yeah, it looks better than 3 Whorehouses, but like, not much. And the in-game battle graphics look like, yeah, this thing, whatever the fuck this is, and Duskbloods, which looks like Elden Ring, like graphically. They need something that's going to hit big. They need a head turner, a showstopper. Because someone made a good point where, like, Nintendo's bread and butter is family games. It is. It is family games. But it's more true than ever when we're looking at this lineup of just super E for everyone, like Animal Crossing Update, Mario Tennis, Pokepia, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, which looks even babyier than most babyish Yoshi games. I'm not trying to hate on Yoshi, but like that amazing book looked like that game was made for fucking 3-year-olds. A Tomodachi Life, which is like 10 years too late, but who knows? Maybe it'll blow up and sell again. But it's a Switch 1 game. And then an update to Mario Wonder. Wow. And again, going back to down at the bottom, we got Rhythm Heaven Groove. Like, the only two, like, okay, maybe there's some effort going into it is like Fire Emblem and Splatoon Raiders, maybe. So, if your bread and butter is family entertainment, and you buy Nintendo products for that family entertainment, are you looking at this lineup in particular and going, yeah, $50,000, easy, let's go, and then $70 for each fucking one of these? Like, that's the thing I think Nintendo's not quite grasping here, is that, and I think they kind of bit him in the butt already with Kirby Air Riders. They gave Sakurai a lot of leeway for making Smash Ultimate. And Kirby Air Riders, from all accounts, sold like Kirby Air Riders was going to sell. So, I think, really, I guess what I'm getting at here is that there hasn't been a, oh my god, I fucking need this game yet. There hasn't been a Wii Sports, and there wasn't this, like, oh my god, like smorgasbord of fucking like mega games that the Switch 1 got. And people still argue that Switch 2 had as good or better a first 6 months or a first year than Switch 1. And I'm like, on what fucking planet did Switch 2 have a first year where it had I don't even like it as much, but Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey, Splatoon 2, ARMS, Mario and Rabbids, and Xenoblade fucking 2 in its first year? And what fucking planet are we going to compare Switch 2's launch to that? The only cross-gen game was Breath of the Wild. And fucking nobody had a Wii U. So, I mean, again, like, Mario Kart 8 also kind of became that, which also came out like a month after the Switch 1 came out, Deluxe. Granted, it was a port, but again, it's the Wii U. We're not going from Nintendo's most catastrophic failure in the console space to their next system. We're going from Nintendo's best-selling system of all time to the follow-up to its follow-up. You can't release like a port or a cross-gen title for Switch 2. It's not going to hold anywhere near the same amount of water as a Switch 1 cross-gen game. Breath of the Wild being cross-gen at launch meant almost nothing for the Wii U because nobody had a Wii U, and the Wii U was effectively dead when it came out on the Wii U. So it was more of a graceful, hey, for those 13 million suckers out there who bought a Wii U, thanks. Here's Zelda. I bought it on Wii U. I never bought Breath of the Wild on Switch. I had it on Wii U because I was like, I'm not gonna buy a whole new system for this. Yeah, so when Mario Kart 8 Deluxe comes out on the Switch 1, it's like, well, it was on the Wii U. Nobody fucking bought a Wii U, so people just bought it for the first time on Switch. By 10 orders of magnitudes more on the Switch than the Wii U. Like, we're talking like 6, 7 times, 8 times, maybe even 10 times as much. Almost. We're only right. I think we're 10 times. Maybe we're past 10 times. More than 10, maybe more than 10. I'd have to double check. So yeah, like Switch 1 had fucking genre-defining games. Mario Kart World did nothing for the casual mass market perspective. It was like, oh, a shittier Mario Kart 8 with like a third of the courses, and I guess it's got an empty open world to drive around in and do nothing. Yeah, I'll just stick to my Mario Kart 8. Thanks. So Wii U does not have that system seller moment. We kind of thought Bonanza was maybe going to be that, and it's probably the closest thing we've gotten to like an, oh my god, gotta have this on the system, but Pokemon was cross-gen again for Zazaza. Hyrule Warriors is a third Hyrule Warriors game. You know exactly what you're getting. They're not exactly system sellers. They're boring as shit. Sorry, Al, I'm not sorry. And fucking Kirby Air Riders, which again, a game that had a mixed opinion 20 years ago on the GameCube. And then Metroid Prime 4, which, apparently the hardcore Metroid fans are doing everything in their power to make sure you all hate it as much as they do. Why the jazz end? So yeah, this is their 26. It needs work. It needs serious work because okay, this is January, this is February, this is March. Oi, I think this is March too, March or April. One of these fuckers is in May. Like, this will probably be June. One of these two or both. Like, we at least have half of Nintendo's year planned out for 26, and it's not great. Like, there's more than, because there's like, looking at it, because we know they're not releasing anything else in January. It's just, so we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 games here. That's potentially, if it's 1 game a month, which it's probably not going to be, well, 10, including Duskbloods, we have a game a month planned out all the way till October of 26. If it was 1 title a month, it probably won't be. I'm Mario Wonder and Yoshi, or Mario Wonder and Tamagotchi Life will probably share a month, probably. And I'm not talking about third party, I just mean Nintendo. Like, Nintendo themselves. Reports in Shanghai. God damn. Yeah, I think Yoshi's... I could see well, I don't know. They're pretty similar. Wonder might be March, maybe. But yeah, obviously Nintendo's going to have things for next year that they haven't announced yet. Like, this is not all of 2026, even though there's 10 fucking titles here with, again, regards to Duskbloods. And Duskbloods is going to do very well for them. Duskbloods is going to sell like 8 million copies or something. But I mean, after Rhythm Heaven Groove, the Switch is officially over at that point. And anything Nintendo releases cross-gen after Rhythm Heaven Groove, to me, is like, okay, well, you either you really want to beat Sony's, numbers for PS2, which probably, realistically speaking, Nintendo Switch has probably already outsold the actual consumer PS2, because that manufacturing number is kind of a bullshit number, because that's every console manufactured ever for everything, including internal testing, including like E3 and shows around the world and replacements and hotels and all kinds of shit. That's not like the number of units sold. Like, Sony squeezed every fucking rat fuck weasel way they could think of, to sit there and claim we made the most PS2s more than any console in the world. I think Nintendo could still beat them. They usually do a direct in February. But I still think Nintendo could beat them. They could beat them if they wanted to lose some money and just drop the price of the Switch. Just do a big price drop, sell a bunch of Switch Lites for like $100 each, which they should. I mean, if they drop the Switch Lite to $100, what a deal! Like, fucking get that cheddar. Fuck Sony. Duskbloods will not sell 8 million copies. Oh, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? You want to bet me? It's going to take years, because I'm talking lifetime. I'm not talking month. I'm not talking first month. I'm talking lifetime. Bro, do you have any idea? Do you have any idea how much their last few games have sold? Lifetime means it could be on other consoles? No, it can't, because Nintendo's paying for it. Worldwide lifetime. Unless it comes out and it's a massive disappointment. How many copies is Night Rain up to right now? Right, Night Rain's on multiple platforms. It hasn't even been a year, and it's a fucking multiplayer fucking spin-off of Elden Ring. Duskbloods is gonna be Miyazaki's next big game. Like the perception alone is already this is the Master's next title, not a fucking spin-off, not an Armored Core spin, not an Armored Core game from mostly someone else, not a fucking multiplayer spin-off of a game we already have, not an asset redump. Miyazaki's next big game. No way else said that well. Lifetime. Not month one, not year one, lifetime. Night Rain sold over 5 million copies as of July 25. And when did Night Rain come out? May? Yeah. A lot of it's going to also depend on word of mouth. If word of mouth on that game is exceptionally good, yeah, people are going out and getting Switch 2s for it. Switch 2 has sold a lot. There is a lot of Switch 2s out there in the world. May, like not even May, like a month. Like 2 months and that thing sold 5 million copies. No, it's a fine example because it's From Software. We're talking about a From Software title. The next big Miyazaki From Software game. This is a fucking spin-off multiplayer asset redump and it sells 5 million in like a month and 2 months. Yeah, it's gonna do Lifetime. Lifetime, I think it'll do just fine. This isn't a Bayonetta 2 situation where it was like Nintendo's just doing it out of the goodness of their heart, because even Bayonetta 1 never sold that great. Even before, like even when Bayonetta 2 came out on the Wii U, Bayonetta 1 hadn't sold that much. It had sold like 1 million copies. This isn't like some passion project or some pity project. This is Nintendo going, we want Miyazaki's next fucking game. Switch 2 is very expensive. We're in a bad economy. There's no way Duskblood does that good at launch. Well, it's a good thing I said multiple times over and over. Am I going crazy, chat? Did I not mention Lifetime, not launch month? Did I not say specifically not launch month, not even first year? We're talking Lifetime. Did I not say that? Did I not say that? Am I going nuts here, chat? Did I not specify that very, very plainly multiple times? Am I crazy? It's a Nintendo game. They're never going to give it away. It's going to be $60, $70 for the rest of its life. So yeah, I think Lifetime you could easily get to 8 million. Yeah, well, this ain't the early 2000s, Vario. She never. If Nintendo's offering to fund your project, why would you say fucking no? Like, are we cross counter? Are we really console warring in the year of our Lord 2025? Also, why are you so fucking fascinated with launch? Like, Nintendo has proven if anything Nintendo's proven, it's that Nintendo has legs. Nintendo has games just kind of sit there and just sell and keep selling and keep selling. And Nintendo does one thing I notice a lot too. They don't stop advertising games even when they're years old. You go into a store, you see like a commercial or something or something, some advertisement pop up, and it'll be like, Nintendo Switch has games, and it's games from like fucking 6 years ago, and like you're still talking about this. I'm like, yeah, it's like Nintendo's like, this is how I win. I never drop my price, and I just keep reminding you that it exists. And there it is. I have a bias against the system, so therefore this game is going to fail, and I want it to fail. There we go. Like, game, well, I want this game, but there's not enough games. I don't like it. It's going to fail. Okay. So as a Bonanza, yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to be advertising Donkey Kong Bonanza like for the lifetime of this console. That was all for you, Chad. No, straight up, I think it will sell well. It's not going to sell no 25 million. See, Elden Ring is at like 25 million sales or more on 3 consoles. We're not even on Switch 2 yet. But on 3 consoles, it sold 25 million and counting. And I'm saying Duskbloods is going to do a third of as good as that. That ain't fucking rocket science. I'm saying Miyazaki's next big game, being a console exclusive, will sell just under a third of his last game. How the fuck is that out? How is that fucking outlandish? How? Steven launches. No, the fuck we won't see, because we're not talking about launch. The conversation that you conveniently ignore forever is lifetime. Fuck. It's an extraction game. It's an extraction game that you can play solo or multiplayer. It's whatever the fuck FromSoft's idea of a game like Arc Raiders is. So PvPvE. Smash! didn't say you could play. Lifetime is so silly. Not when you're Nintendo and you never drop the price. Like, what? Like, let's just for example, right now, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, just Deluxe, not the Wii U, the Deluxe version. 69.5, 59.56, 69.5 million copies sold. Do you know what the MSRP right now of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is? On the Switch. It's $59.99. Animal Crossing New Horizons, 48.6 million copies sold. $59.99. Smash Bros. Ultimate, 36.93 million copies sold. Its retail price right now, $59.99. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, 33.34 million units sold, $59.99. Super Mario Odyssey, 29.8 million units sold, $59.99. Pokemon Scarlet Violet, Sword and Shield, Tears of the Kingdom, 22 million copies sold, $69.99. Nintendo don't drop their prices, they keep fucking selling. That's why lifetime does matter. Furthermore, just to get this even further, Elden Ring sold in the first year it was out 13 million copies by the end of 2022. It has since gone on to sell over 30 million. So, in the years since the initial year that Elden Ring came out, it has sold more than double in its first year. So you can't sit there and say launches are everything, launches are important, because more than half of Elden Ring's sales came from a year plus after the game came out. Like, that's why lifetime is important. So yeah, like, there's no argument here about, oh, well, launch is important. Like, no, launch is not actually important. Written by George R.R. Martin.
I'm telling you, this camp is haunted. I hear them. Ghosts. Banging around, noises in the vents.
Those aren't ghosts. Honestly.
I'm gonna finish my first prime for at the same time. Maybe. I need to go get some green shit. Yeah, I'm doing the fetch quest, and I think there's 2 more mech pieces I need, and then a bunch of the green shit. I'm arguing with the bot. Well, see, this is my point. I'm not saying Dustbloods is going to sell as good as Elden Ring. I'm saying it's going to sell less than a third of Elden Ring sales. Less than a third. Which I'm like, okay, that doesn't seem, that does not seem fucking crazy to me. That's not backseat mod honker. Boost speed. Speed boost. Alright, so wait, it's halfway filled and I need to get it to full way filled. I'm just saying lifetime. Lifetime 8 million by the end of it.
I'm telling you, this camp is haunted. I hear them. Ghosts.
You know, once upon a time, I remember hearing how RPG players will never leave Sony to go to Nintendo. And again, the other thing, you're kind of ignoring here is that you're thinking people who enjoy From Software only play From Software. They don't play any other games. They're not interested in any other games. They only play From Software games. And I don't think that number is anywhere near as much as you think it is. Yeah, well, were you asleep from 95 to, like, 2006? Plus, like, Nintendo wasn't getting anywhere near, like, big lion share RPGs for, like, a decade. Nintendo did not start the RPG craze, not unless you lived in fucking Japan. RPGs did not get big until PlayStation, which is why they were associated with PlayStation here for a long time. Alright, where are the big boulders at? Oh shit. We're talking about scales. We're just talking about sales now. Well, yeah, hasn't that been the whole conversation? Chad, am I losing my mind? Were we not just talking about sales for like the past half hour? Like, what? Shit. Alright, where is it going? Wolf Forge? Yeah. Thank you. I don't know if I've broken them all. I have to like, is there like a way to chart the big boulders? Oh, one ran in front of me. Okay, Crosscutter. Before we end this, the point is, RPGs were not played nor sold well very much in North America until Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII is the game that broke the dam for RPGs in North America. This is not new information. The reason has nothing to do necessarily with hardware. It's because Sony was not charging them manufacturing costs to print discs in the way Nintendo would charge exorbitant fees for N64 cartridges. So they had all this extra space and no printing fees, so everyone moved to PlayStation and Saturn in Japan respectively. The fallout of this and the N64 getting almost no RPGs and GameCube getting very few RPGs led most people to believe that RPG players and fans in North America and Europe probably would never buy a Nintendo console for just an RPG because they were always associated with PlayStation. The exact same weird argument you're using for From Software fans are not going to switch over and buy a Nintendo console for a From Software game, which I agree in part of, which is why I am saying at the beginning of your whole silly argument was that Duskbloods, I say, will sell somewhere less than a third of what Elden Ring has sold in lifetime. You danced around the subject with all kinds of excuses, tried to spin it back at that we focusing on launch. You just kept saying launch like you were a fucking Fox News anchor, and now you're trying to say sales don't matter and this whole weird other tangent about RPG sales on SNES versus PlayStation. We are not doing 2 weeks. We are doing lifetime. That was the bet. And it was 13 million by the end of the year, not 2 weeks necessarily. I mean, that's fucking great, but either way, we're not doing that. I'm saying 8 million lifetime. Have I been here before? Hold on. Yoing. I've been in here. Apparently I missed something. Unless I missed something in that room, I don't think it. Still like her Ferrari suit. Looks good. Still some shit to the north. Jesus, that shit hurts. Oh fuck, off we go. Maybe I should check over by the volcano. I don't think I've been there in quite some time. Might be some boulders over there. Chad, has anyone actually done the amiibo thing? Like, it's just my understanding is that the jukebox, or I'm sorry, the music for the motorcycle is a jukebox and it just plays music from somewhere else in the game. You just choose what track it plays. It's not actually like a unique, just made for this area theme. Well, I mean, there's ways to NFC scum amiibos, you know that, right? Like, you know there's ways to, like, put AI stuff in these games without actually buying amiibos. Don't tell Nintendo that. Ow. I don't see any boulders down here. Nice. I think I've been to this one. Yeah. Why don't you hate AI? Look, if someone's going to make art using stolen assets, why should I pay for it? If your product is going to be made by using stolen pieces, then why should I be paying for it? Oh fuck. Yeah, fuck it. You can feed your own assets into it, then why would you need to use it? Jump on me a bit. Oh shit. Throw a power bomb. God damn. Just one of many examples. So you're using stolen assets with your own assets. So why should anyone pay for your product if you're using stolen assets? You're talking about interpolation?
Sacha Stiriklit, Chulite Insaran Kiathara, Jaskalta, Kasdalcha, Tinet Hs, Teganich, Virus, Kistaskala, Shadi Haram, Insagalich Dandala, Champion Araneth, Kitutarin, Kasdal Chalam, Aska Sidanam, Kumlan Dojat Seal, Kasdal Chalam. Zangalan Dojatsil Tendas Athashin Changaresh. Tutaritek Alampe Beach Shadi Haram. Taganin Chiokathara Ki Angrat. Asla Tintashel Kisalek Kuskaden Lilia Lasanatek. Zakara Inkialim and Shasta Chiosudekhalat Shadi Haram. And Diatim Lilen Allah Kidakia Chiotus.
Tech executive side and the dick riders for the tech bros. What have we here? Should I make it? Oh, it does matter. If I go to see an animated movie, I want the movie to be animated. I don't want someone to have entered a bunch of fucking prompts into a computer. I'm not gonna pay for that shit at all.
Shamus, nice to see you again. I was born on the fourth moon of Salatine, in the northern reaches. Resources were scarce, and each day was a struggle to survive. By my generation, it was difficult to support the family by hunting, so I joined the Federation. I don't know if this was in line with Solon and my father's way, but I had to do it to feed our family. So from hunter, I became sniper. It's strange. My words flow so easily around you.
How do you tell what northern reaches are in space?
Before you go, Samus, it looks like there's a few ruins in this valley. I found something near one of them.
Nice.
Good hunting, Samus.
Money, money, money. Aha! A big block. Oh shit. Wheelie. What am I doing? This just doesn't enter it. Look, I'll give you this. There's a difference between I make keyframes and then I have AI fill in the in-betweens for the keyframes for interpolation. That's one thing. If AI is writing and is coming up with any of the imagery, that's something else. And yeah, if you're saying, AI, build me a city background, you're a fucking lazy, shitty, soulless person making soulless fucking art. Like, if you're telling AI to do anything on the audio or visual spectrum, like, make something for me, pull something for me, audio or visual-wise, not fill in between or whatever, then yeah, it's some soulless shit. It is soulless because nobody with a soul made it. That is the definition of soulless.
Maybe we should check around important structures as well.
Something in your style. Then why are you telling a machine to do it? Why would you feed it hundreds of your own drawings? Why don't you just draw something? If you've drawn hundreds of things, then just use one of those hundreds of things. Like, why would you even bother at that point? Hold on. What are you? What dumb shit are you trying to argue right now? Can't remember if I've been here or not. Let's find out. Did I come here? I think I might have. It's hard to tell. Yeah, wait a minute. I think I've been here. Where all the fire shit is. Yeah, I've been here. Is using AI to get ideas, but then doing all the drawing on your own. Yes, yes, it is. Why do you need AI to come up with shit for you? You're not creative if you need a computer to be creative for you. I'm not making rules for artists. I'm just saying, if you're using stolen assets, come up with ideas, you're not creative. Art should probably be hard. No, art should be creative. Art is about creating, not amalgamizing. Is it bad? Not necessarily. It's not bad to look at AR, but it's kind of like, oh, you're looking at something that a computer just threw together from a bunch of other shit and just made some fucking Picasso of someone else's ideas. I mean, you can get inspired by anything. I can take a shit and get inspired by it, you know? Inspiration's one thing. My thing is like, why are you using a plagiarism machine to do it? That was a good shit. Of course he did. He watched of other, you know, he looked at other people's work, and then he went and made his own. All Tarantino's basically just repeating the 70s. He's been reliving the 70s for like 40 years. path. What's this shit? I think I've been here. But I don't know. Yeah, I didn't collect that shit down there. See if I can get down there without dying. More shit over there. I wonder if I can go in that goop. Yeah. Ah, what the fuck? Say that. Yeah. Well, if Ghost and I don't know the definition of artist is, you certainly don't. The difference between Tarantino or what someone using an AI to give him ideas is Tarantino put in the work, put in the time. He spent hours and hours of his life going through video stores, reading the back of the boxes, watching the movies, sitting down, watching, learning, observing himself. That's the difference. He put in the time. He didn't sit there, go on ChatGPT and said, write me a script in a 70s exploitation style. He didn't go on ChatGPT and say, what is the best angle to emulate the style? What is the best color filter? He didn't do any of that shit. He studied and he learned from people who did it all on their own without any fucking AI bullshit before. That's the fucking key difference here. How do I get out of here? Less than one. Cool. Wait. Strong underdog. And what you're doing is you're accusing him of being a thief, of stealing and uncrediting, which could be true. That's very possible and likely. And I'm saying people who use AI are doing the same thing. You're no better than someone who steals and doesn't credit. It's the same fucking thing. Yeah, there is a quote. I forget what director said that. Son of a bitch. Oh, dude, George Lucas. You watch Kurosawa films and you realize, oh, Star Wars is literally just Buck Rogers and Kurosawa had a weird baby. Ah, Boulder. Ah, boulders are marked on the map.
Have you collected enough green energy crystals? Maybe you should return to Fury Green and offer those green energy crystals to the altar.
Maybe you should shut the fuck up. We ain't found shit. That's right, I gotta comb the desert, Chad. I mean, we could flip the script too, you know, like, if we're so sure AI is the future here, like, just like the metaverse and just like NFTs, right? Just like .com, the .com bubble, right? Right? just like the metaverse, right? Yeah. Any day, VR. VR is going to change the world and the industry any day now. Ooh, I wonder if I could fly off that thing. AI will find its place in the world, but it's gonna go through some harsh learning curves, or growing pains, if you will. There's an environmental cost to it. There's a financial cost to it. And then there's just the fact that people don't like it cost to it. Right, because, yeah, like, people be like, look what I made with AI, and then everyone's going to be like, fuck you, you made it with AI. I don't believe anyone ever said 3D animation was a fad. I mean, I was there when the books were written. Like, RAM is used in everything, in GPUs and processors all over the world, and this AI bubble is fucking that up, which means AI is going to fuck up every fucking industry, especially come next year because of the fucking insanely increased prices. 3D animation didn't burn up the environment, and it didn't fucking screw up an industry that is embedded in literally almost every facet of life, from cars to fucking, doorknobs to elevators to like fucking everything we have to use. Not every company on the planet was rushing to buy SGI stations. Like, it's way different. Like, 80% of the United States economy was not put into 3D animation when it came out. Like, are you blissfully unaware of how much fucking investment this year went in to the AI industry? Are you blissfully unaware how we have literally put all our fucking eggs in one basket right now? That did not happen with CG animation in '93.
Hello, damn it. Nice to see you again.
I'm telling you, this camp is haunted. Until next time, Zenith.
Like, it's a fucking problem. Really? Was that all? Was this the thing that was causing everyone to lose their shit? $35 missile ammo. Wait, why are you giving me a green energy crystal finder now? Isn't that backwards?
I'm telling you, this camp is haunted.
Anyways,
hear
I don't have enough
ghosts
pieces for the mixer.
banging around, noises in the vents.
Those aren't ghosts. Honestly, they're probably grievers.
Good hunting.
Was that Mecha Man? Wait, so we're not done hunting green crystals? I don't know, I like the Ferrari suit a little better. For story you are? So why were people bitching so much? Dude, I wandered around aimlessly a few laps around the desert and got all I needed. This was way breezier than the fucking Triforce hunt. What the fuck? Not a fan of the Chrysler suit. Right, but like, I don't know. I feel like there's been like a fucking hell-bent like mission against from like weirdo diehard Metroid fans against this game. I need to go find those last two mech pieces. It should be easy to find out there in the desert. Stupid bugs, stupid bugs, stupid bugs. Dread 2. I think I think they just want Prime 1. Like, this game's got issues. There's problems with this game. But it's got some fairly dumb design decisions.
We can fix the mech. We can break down the force field around Chrono Tower. All you have to do now is find the missing mech parts and send them my way. I'll be on standby.
Like, there's some just dumb, bad design decisions in this game, and it's pretty linear.
Samus, have you already seen the rebels from the Federation base? Seeing that reminds me of my job. Ever heard of Herc Unit Delta? Come rest. Quietly eliminating threats to keep planets on the fringe safe, unknown to everyone. That is the job. And in return for my service, I would get paid, just like a bounty hunter. You are also a bounty hunter. But you fight for a greater purpose, alone, overcoming death and continuing to fight, something only you can do. Here, a gift. I pulled it out from under the debris.
See, I don't know, shit like that's pretty cool. So there's basically like a Star Trek, Black Ops unit, that sits on the fringe of the Galaxy Federation, that basically quietly and secretly eliminates all threats, coming near their system. There's
Hey, so long.
things to like, that's pretty cool. Like I like these little bits of lore expansion. Three? Let's go to the northern one. Dude, I remember getting fucking demoralized with the scavenger hunt at the end of Prime 1. So this was the arm. This was the arm. I think that was the breastplate. That was... This was the thing that got eaten. This was the head. What am I missing? We've been around forever. I don't know. Like, all those... What the fuck were those assassin bots called in Dread? All of those sequences sucked. They were not good. There was really nothing good about them. Okay, not what I needed to find. Emmy bots, yeah. And definitely not every area in Dread was a winner either. Like the flooded area in Dread was not particularly great. shit. Fuck, almost. God damn it. Okay, so this thing goes fast. Actually don't remember. Dread was good, but mostly I remember there was a Kraid boss fight, and I remember the Raven Beak fight being cool. I don't remember the rest of Dread, honestly. I don't remember much from that game. Hell yeah, Mariachi Legends looks awesome. Alright, does anyone remember? Okay. Okay, breastplate, head, power cell, arm. Does anyone know where the other two even are? Oops. Fire zone and one of the items? Really? Really? I have not, actually. Dios de los Castlevania? That's pretty good. I remember Dread being very good. I remember it was a good game. I don't know if I say it was the best Metroid game I'd ever played, but you know.
The mech parts seem to be scattered across Vuros. Maybe we should check around the worn structures as well.
Hint, hint. I think if there's anything that this game does, what the hell? think there's one thing, if anything, that this game probably does exceptionally well.
If you're not sure, you can always call in and ask
Oh
me.
shit! Sorry.
You can reach me through the radio command on the map.
I know this. The fucking art design and the quote unquote vibes, if you will, in this game are fucking fantastic. I wish, yeah. Where haven't I been? I don't suppose they just tell me where it was on the map, would they? Drop kicks a space pirate? If she didn't do it at the beginning of the game, I don't remember that, but it'd be cool if she does. I suppose after beating this, then I have to beat Silent Hill F. How long is Silent Hill F? Was I halfway? Yeah, I just finished the school. So I was like, how much further into this am I? It's not very long. Apparently there's like a mid-game twist in Silent Hill F. It's pretty good. So kind of curious about that. I don't know, the combat in that game still kind of sucks. Can't say I'm like hyper thrilled about that. How the fuck did I get to the boss area already? The New Game Plus is different and different endings too. Yeah, that's called YouTube. Apparently there's a extra ending on this game too if you get 100% items, 100% scan. And yeah, 100% scan. No. Oh, thank you, True Jedi Legend. True Jedi Legend, what's the best Star Wars movie? Be honest. Thank you for the biddies. Revenge of the Sith. You're not a Jedi Legend, you're a Sith Lord. Wait, I went the wrong way. Yeah, I like her Ferrari suit more myself. This Dark Lord of the Sith. some other way. Something down here, though. How is Sonic Shuffle? Pretty bad. See a baseball movie. Chat, you want my fucking hot ass hot take? My favorite Star Wars movie? Return of the Jedi. I said my favorite. It's definitely not objectively the best, but it's my favorite. Ewoks don't bother me. Ewoks always come across as like this sort of like people are like insecure with like, you know, like their coolness. Like, this is not cool. This is too cute and cuddly in my Star Wars. Like my manhood's being you know tested here. I'm like, it's not cool. I'm like, it's a forest planet. There's little fucking bears. Whatever. Gives a shit. I don't know. Does anyone know where this fucking space suit part is? Cause I'm lost. Where was the labs? I can't find my way down to the labs either. What am I missing? I'm looking for this supposed mech part that's in this area, supposedly. Oh, it's outside. I was wondering if I'd gone too far. Oh well, not too big a deal. Considering I got a bunch of upgrades in here. Did I just not see it? Take a vacation. Force Awakens had the best shootouts aside from Clone Wars. One thing I'll say this though, and they're not good movies. They're not. But the one thing the prequels had is that they definitely felt like they were coming from George's mind. Like, this is his idea. This is his movie. Like, nobody else's. Like, this definitely has, like, stamp of the author all over it, which the prequel or sequels don't have. They're very well shot. They're very well acted. They have nothing really going on in them, like, originality-wise. I don't see anything out here. Did I miss something? I didn't see no mech. I didn't see no mech part. Yeah, but at least we got Andor out of it. Yeah, they did. They fly now. Yeah, and more. More. Yeah, Kylo's more. Alright, well, I don't think it's in this room. Yeah, the thing is, like, going on their whole, oh, we're gonna rewrite the sequels ourselves. It's like, I feel like they should have taken more from Legends than they did. Like, Mara Jade should have just been the thing. Like, Thrawn should have been their baddie or something, you know, and I don't know. Should have leaned more heavily into that, you know. I mean, Legend stuff got silly as shit over time too, but you know. Yeah, there was a quote I read, I guess it was in like Eager's book, where he talked about how... Ah, the leg, there we go. I see, so it was still just... Where like George was basically like, there's nothing new here. I'm like, George wasn't wrong. I don't like Kylo, and I don't really like what happened with Kylo, but Kylo is just Anakin kind of done correctly. George's problem with Anakin is he didn't know if he wanted him to be like a tortured, misunderstood soul, or if he was just sort of like a kind of like a piece of shit from the start, you know?
If we can fix the mech, we can break down the force field around Chrono Tower. All you have to do now is find the missing mech parts and send them my way. I'll be on standby.
Akira slide? That was earlier in the game, but yeah, you can... Chet, who was it that worked on Avatar: The Last Airbender Season 1 and then he went on to do Clone Wars? Was it Dave Filoni? Or was it someone else?
Hello, Samus.
What's up, dude?
Take a moment. Feel the rhythm of the wind. It reminds me of my home.
That's nice.
Hey, Sola, watch over you.
Okay, hold on. Is there a mech part around here? Or is the mech part further in? Fuck. Yeah, I think my ranking for Star Wars movies would go something along the lines of Return of the Jedi, probably Empire, and then first, then New Hope. Then Force Awakens. Solo, Rogue One, Rise of Skywalker, maybe reluctantly Revenge of the Sith, then Last Jedi. And then I don't even know. One or two, two or one at the bottom. Hate Super. I do. I think Revenge of the Sith is a lot more watchable than most of those other ones, but it's still it's still pretty bad. It's a bad movie. Like, they are written and acted horrifically. Rogue One, yeah, because Rogue One is like a third act. The only good part of Rogue One is the last fight, is the tropical planet. That's like the only good part of Rogue One. I watched Rogue One right after I finished Andor, and oh boy. There's a mech part down here. Donnie Yen was trying to make something interesting with his character, but the movie just doesn't have the shit to hold up. Excuse me, what? Well, granted, like, as much as people hate the Ewoks, you gotta remember, the Ewoks are basically, and not even really all that disguised. The Ewoks are the Vietnamese. Like, George has openly said this. There's something back there. How do I get back there? Oh, fuck. I'm not getting over that, am I? Why do the Ewoks need to be scary and intimidating? Again, this is all kind of going back to my whole thing where I'm like, people are like irrationally angry at the Ewoks, like it's threatening their manhood or their coolness. If it's these cute cuddly little teddy bear things, like, ugh. My dick size. Porgs are just like, we need to sell toys. That shit ain't. Oh, never mind. How interested am I at photo? I can't say I'm really interested at all, just because I find KOTOR really boring. I want Monolith Soft to make KOTOR. Wrong button. Wait. Wait, how do I get out of here? Shit, I've ever. Hey, it'd be something interesting with a character. I'd be down with that. I'd be down with Ray being like the lead of an RPG. Lightsaber even supposed to signify in Star Wars nowadays? Fuck. means guardian. What does purple mean then? I thought gray was like light. Wait, so you're telling me Samuel L. Jackson the light and dark? You telling me there was shades of the dark side in Mace Windu?
You did it, Samus. You found the missing pieces. That was everything I needed to fix Betsy. You know, the mech. She is good to go.
Excellent work, Samus. With the mech repaired, we'll be able to destroy the force field around Chrono Tower.
Yeah, we're gonna want to be careful with that. Just saying I had to get a little creative with those repairs. Yeah, I can only guarantee about 80% functionality.
Oh, just 80%. That's good, Gearhead.
We trust you. We can leave for Chrono Tower whenever you give the order, Samus. You ready?
Hold on, let me go save.
She's back!
Like how Samus is giving the orders here, not stupid ass Adam Malkovich. Mace when we practice Vapod. Saber style that use light and dark. Wait, what? The Ahsoka show soured him on her?
We can leave for Chrono Tower whenever you give the order, Samus. You ready? Once we leave, there's no turning back. If there is anything you need to complete, now is the time.
Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it.
All right, listen up. We got a lot of ground to cover, so check your gear. If it don't punch a hole in something, we don't got a use for it. Our mission is to guide Samus to the Master Teleporter. To do that, we gotta cross Soul Valley and destroy the force field around Chrono Tower. Open her up!
Force field undamaged. I must increase power.
No, I told you I can only guarantee 80%.
Recalculating. Warning. Force field destroyed.
Well done.
No, my baby. I'm so sorry.
Mac, she did good.
She did. She sure did.
This is our moment. You coming, Mac?
He's
Yes, sir, Sarge.
Could someone explain to me what happened in the Acolyte? I never watched the show. Why does the saber change color? Like when a person goes bad.
Wow, this place is so beautiful.
I mean, yeah, sure, Georgia O'Keeffe. Well, then again, there were hints earlier that she might have been, well, you know. I guess it all makes sense.
Finally, we get to go home.
Stay alert. Don't get too comfortable.
Kyber crystal bleeding. What? What?
The robots are awake.
Yes. The temple responds to Samus.
شتيحرا انكرشا أصل السماء تكليناس المحتريج كسال السكند جنت دينت ممر تكنيج كيه سسكالا سينال جنيج انسلك دناث قشتندا تكنيج ايجس شيولا alone اسكني جانلث دين انكرشا كالس الشكا انتكنين شاتسك انكيالين تغنيت شوتالن فيروس انكيالين جغريت ايجس
You okay, Samus?
Give her a minute.
Is Plo Koon the one with all the, like, fucking... Was he the green guy with all the tendrils on his head? bled his negative emotions of pain and anger into the crystal in his lightsaber, corrupting. But Obi-Wan took his lightsaber. What lightsaber are we talking about? Wouldn't Palpatine have just given him a red one? No, that's Kit Fisto. Oh. Oh, is Plo Koon the guy who's like brown and has like a respirator on his face? He looks like a piece of dog shit. Yes, okay.
It's unfolding. The robots are the keys.
Hey, we got an elevator. Let's head up.
I think he was like one of the guys in Andor. He was always like, one of that species was always like watching it like a big long battle rifle. What's the name of that species, chat? Gorlax.
Look, isn't it gorgeous?
No, nobody knows that species? Damn.
We have finally reached the top of the tower.
Alright, so how do we get out of here?
Now, how do we get all the way up there?
According to your logs, is the teleporter above us?
Scan visor may reveal more about this place.
Oops.
Isn't the master teleporter supposed to be up here? Where do you think it is?
Want to try and get more intel by scanning?
Oh. I say, there's nothing here. Six to one, half a dozen the other.
How does she do that?
Careful now, Samus. Careful up there.
so where's Silex?
You've got the keys. Take us home.
This must be the master teleporter.
Guys, I can't believe it. We're actually going home.
Silex was a Galactic Federation.
Samus! I've been waiting for this. Silence! Knuckle up! Watch those arms! Fail!
Just the tip.
Psychic lasso is working!
All right! Let's get the rest of these off.
Oh shit. I hit him, probably not where I should be. Oh, that didn't take much at all, did it?
Yeah, that's the last one! He's vulnerable. Now's our chance.
Hit him with everything you got!
Oh no, the arms transformed!
Keep it together! We got this!
Ah, fuck.
Copy, need your help.
Jake. Good shot, guys. Shit.
Let him have it.
Keep it together now. Need help, Dennis?
Bit. Jesus, that ain't gonna work. Oh my god, too much shit going on. Jesus. Do I need to use like the shield form or something?
Watch those arms. Fan out. All right. Let's get the rest of these on. Hit him with everything you got.
Oh no, the arm's transformed!
Keep it together. We got this.
There's some way to know how much damage I'm doing to these heads. These things do so much damage. Is it literally just to survive?
We took them out once. We can do it again. Watch your feet.
fair. Jesus, titty fucking. What? You need to go down? heal them when they're not dead? Dude, this fight takes forever, doesn't it? Was this just meant to be a super long fight or some shit? I think so. That seems kind of fucked.
Like his lasso is working!
Alright! Let's get the rest of these on.
Can't heal them until they need it? That seems like an oversight. Because I get completely fucked if like they're both dead at the same time. They're gonna die immediately.
Yes! That's the last one! He's vulnerable. Now's our chance.
Hit him with everything you got!
Oh no, the arm's transformed!
Keep it together! We got this!
He's too powerful!
I count 4. We took them out once. We can do it again. Watch your feet!
There's too much of this fight. I'm just like not damaging them enough, you know, I'm not doing anything to him. Like they fucking 10 back. You shitting me, man.
Keep it together now!
Do anything about it.
Thanks!
Now I'm probably not trying to distance. God damn it. Immediately went into that. This is taking too long. This is just taking. I can't damage him. I'm waiting around for long stretches of time, like not damaging him. What is going on here? What is this? I don't even know if like hitting the dragon heads is doing anything. Yeah, the problem is this one like fucks them all up really fast.
I'm up.
we're just doing this shit the whole time, huh?
Thank you.
Systems operational.
I'm okay.
Had enough?
Oh, I'm just getting started.
Where'd they go?
Spice. This is made for mouse mode, huh? Foxy, come on. Charge lightning is really good because it locks on. Sweetie, small stuff, okay? Oh, yeah. Okay. What the fuck was I supposed to do there? What? What? Oh. Not sure what just happened. Okay, so maybe switching to mouse mode wasn't the greatest idea. Maybe the shield can block it? Yeah. Oh yeah, the shield. Duh. Thank Christ they checkpoint it. Shit, he bled a gold one and I missed it. Fuck.
Just you and me, Samus. Come on! Let's get this over with. Got my energy tank back? What the fuck?
shit, I should have been jumping. Why wasn't I jumping? What? What am I supposed to do there? Getting his ball and boosted his ball to get your tank back? That is obscure. Gold. Power shot? Is power shot missile or charge shot? Well, that makes sense.
Let's get this over with.
I don't know why I didn't jump. Still just sitting there. sort of? Because I feel like there's a countermeasure to everything for the most part. I just don't know what he does when he does like that big sun thing. Like this shit, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with the shield. Something I'm not seeing. Sure that worked. I'm not sure that worked. Maybe I gotta hit him with the control beam. Mouse. Mouse, no. That's how you pull Korean. Got you with mouse controls.
Shouldn't we go after her?
Tell me how and I'm there.
Alert! Spatial anomaly detected.
Great. What now? Here we go. Be ready for anything.
Samus! I knew you'd come back.
Never doubted you for a second, boss.
Glad to have you with us.
Damn, she
Samus.
loves Samus.
Does that mean Silex is good?
Ready to go home?
We'll be right behind you.
Maybe if I, oh. Oh, your crystal powers the teleporter. It only responds to you. Wait, is that Viros? Then that must be Tanamar. Home sweet home.
And you are sure?
Well, we're gonna find out.
You did it.
We're really going home. Silence! But... Samus! No!
Protect the teleporter!
Samus, are you all right? I got you.
Punch his ass.
Providing cover.
Could have done that earlier, Robo Man.
Teleporter's not gonna last long. You gotta make the jump while you still can. I'll do my best to stabilize the power. Restart the sequence.
Miles,
It'll buy
yeah.
you time while it charges.
Have any idea what you're doing, Miles?
Samus, go.
Back! No!
Enough.
Fucking Thanos and this guy.
Go!
Hey, Samus.
Solon be with you.
I don't have a face. So it got bad ending? I guess so. To the YouTube. So wait, could you charge like a special charge there where at the end where they're like press the teleporter? Apparently there is a 100% ending. You get the full flashback. Oh, Next Level Games did some work on this. Virtuos, huh? Huh. Virtuos did a lot. Lost for this game had a very troubled development. I wonder if some of these are like from when originally the game was just going to be nothing but hodgepodged all over. Like Singapore was the lead, and then like whole other studios would do whole other departments completely. Kenji Yamamoto, Minako Pomado. Howard Lincoln. Interesting. Was it someone was saying that most of these people are going to be NDA and you're probably not going to hear much of it, of what happened. $43. $871. Not bad. Hard mode unlocked. Samus, you don't know what the fuck the climate like there is. You don't know if that's gonna get rainfall or not. The only time Samus not talking in a cutscene made sense. Mission complete. Yeah, sure, whatever. To the YouTube for the good ending. Where's the home button? There it is. To the YouTube. I ain't gonna 100% that game. Fuck it. Hold on. All right. Okay. All right, Pro Safia Gaming, we salute you for doing what I could not. Go give Pro Safia a thumbs up. Shit, I don't know. I just literally looked up the first thing I saw. I don't follow many YouTubers.
I've commanded your troops to hold your position. I've confirmed the pirates' new weapon, if I can seize it. No. I've dispatched Samus's team, await their arrival, and join forces.
Yes, sir. Orders. Sir, proceed as planned. Get me that weapon.
I don't think waiting for Samus would have done anything different there. If he had held back, I don't think anything would have changed. Bro, he took like 3 steps forward. Splash Pop. Okay, so nothing changes. Nothing actually changes in the interim. Hold on. So bad ending is like they don't actually have like the face reveal. Like Samus just like gets fried or something. Or no, do they do the face reveal? No, they don't. Oh, bad ending is if you stay there and don't teleport, you get killed. Okay. So it's not even a bad ending. It's a fucking... It's not even a bad ending. It's literally like a fucking teaser. It's a cliffhanger of an ending. Like, obviously Silex isn't dead. They're not dead. Like, it's clearly meant. There's even the possibility that like there might be like DLC where you're gonna like play as Duke or Armstrong or something, and you're gonna have their ODST moment, and it's gonna be post Prime 4, and you're gonna be playing as that team, or you're gonna be swapping between team members as like you try to get off the planet or something, or whatever. No, an ending is just a video from the gallery, the Silex stuff. Oh, okay, so it's in the gallery. I see. I don't think they're necessarily teasing for Metroid Prime 5, but I would say that like I'd believe in the possibility of the ending being oh my god, there's a mouse gun. What the Chad, did you know about this? Chad, did you know? Did you know there's like a fucking mouse UI on this thing? What the fuck? Man, the art for these games has always been so fucking good. He looks like Rick Moranis. Man, that's some fucking Aliens Hadley's Hope right there. Jesus Christ. There's barely any Metroids in this game. These guys hardly even show up at all. Who the hell is Big Rats? Gross. Cool, but gross. Pirates of Metroid. That I don't really have a problem. Why does this thing look so much like it's from Halo? I like how this guy did like a more like cartoonish animated looking version of it. Wish they credit the artists, but again, it's Nintendo, so. Anyways, I generally really like the game. I actually didn't think the collectathon part was terrible. Like, it's not good and shouldn't be there, or at least shouldn't be there in the way it's implemented. They should have allowed you to like collect that shit like naturally if you went out of your way, so you wouldn't even have to do it really at the end. But it wasn't as bad as I was led to believe. I feel everyone's got an agenda against this game because it's not Metroid Prime 1. Like, it's not a good decision. It's not good gameplay design. It just isn't. It's not good. But it's not as soul-crushing as I thought it was going to be. Like, it's a game that, like, not all the ideas are executed perfectly. But I think overall it's actually pretty good. Though, I think, honestly, like, the biggest fucking sin of this game, more than anything, is maybe the linearity of it. Where, like, the game isn't very much of an exploration. It's very much of a sort of... the environments are great, but they're very much kind of like you're on a guided tour. The game plays a bit like a ride. You kind of just go and see and experience things as they come at you. So, like, it's more of like a sort of guided tour of a game. But yeah, Prime 3 was also very much the same way too. And I think they kind of made the decision where it's like, okay, you can have a big confusing game, where it becomes a sort of where do I go, what do I do, and they kind of didn't really go that way with this one. They really went, I feel like they made this game very Ocarina of Time. You have your central hub, and then you have like your sort of 5 areas that you kind of go off and you do like the sort of like guided tour thing in each area. And I don't know if that really bothers me. I kind of don't know if it really does, because what we had here was actually just really fun. It was just a really fun, good experience. Like, this is an 8 out of 10 kind of game for me, and there's just some really dumb design decisions that really held it back from being, like, you know, good, like a masterpiece. I don't even understand. Yeah, it's a fun ride. It's a fun linear ride, and I think that's fine. Because again, as we know, they still make 2D Metroids. Even though I honestly feel even the 2D Metroids are getting kind of linear, honestly. I actually like the world building that they tried to do with this game. I think I actually am okay with you know, them giving Samus her Epona and giving her Chamber of Sages, because that's what it really is. It's the Chamber of Sages and an Epona with the bike, and I'm cool with that. I think that's fine, because Prime has always been a Gaiden. You know, it's always meant to sort of be a side series or like a what if. The problem with I think the problem with games that are like sort of super maze-like or exploration-based is that you get this inherent problem where, like, if you don't fucking keep up with the game, like if you take a break for like too long a time, you let too many days pass before, you know, going back to the game, you start it up and like, where the fuck am I? What am I doing? And that would only compound even harder. In 3D. Yeah, it's hard to come back. I think it's cool. I think it's cool to just have like a sort of it would be nice if Prime wasn't so like once in a fucking generation kind of game, you know. I mean, they tried doing like a buddy shooter with Federation Force. That didn't go over well at all. You know, they did pinball. They had like their sort of multiplayer focused game with hunters. I don't know why Silex is here, other than Kensuke Tanabe's obsessed with the character. Honestly, I feel rather than doing a Prime game again, which is like, hey, let's do a 3D Metroid, I honestly think they should take Metroid into frankly maybe even a different direction altogether. I think they should maybe try to make something like an action RPG, like a full genre shift with a Metroid game, you know, going forward. Something that's like maybe goes back to the original idea they wanted to do with Prime 3, which was make her a bounty hunter and have her like select bounties, go after bounties, like something like what Prey 2 was gonna be. Yeah, spice it up. It's not amazing, you know. I think if anything, this game wants to try to like do new things, and I think, you know what, maybe you should just full commit. Like, do like a complete genre shift where it's like, we're not making a first-person adventure game anymore. Let's make like a fucking first-person RPG. Let's make our Cyberpunk. Let's make our Starfield. Let's make our Prey 2. What a Prey 2 was originally going to be. Anyone knows what was going to happen to Prey 2 before 2K fucked that all over, or Bethesda fucked that all over. The idea for the original Prey 2 was really interesting and really kind of awesome, and then, yeah, Bethesda fucked that up, and, you know, fucked the Human Head Studios right in the ass on that one. I think making a sort of action RPG, bounty hunting sim would be a really cool idea. You know, you could even still play as Samus. I think she should come back and talk a little bit more, rather than not at all in this game. Because this game, they're doing like the Link thing, they're doing like the Mario thing, they're doing like the big Nintendo thing where the character just doesn't talk. And I think they're obviously scared about that after fucking Other M. But I think they should go full bore into a full fucking genre shift for the next one. And I think this game kind of slightly shows a little bit of what that could be like. But I think get her a lot of dialogue. You know, you just have to just not write her like a complete asshole like in Other M. Gameplay style only? Hell no. Other M was crap. There's like nothing redeeming about Other M. Nothing. It's like a really shitty like Metroid, or I'm sorry, really shitty Metal Gear game, like in a sort of half-assed quasi Metroid. Because I think Metroid needs to get away from this sort of like, okay, you're in the caves of this planet. Because Prime fans just want Prime 1. They want Prime Run again and again, again and again and again. Again and again and again and again and again and again. That's all Prime fan, like, that's what all Metroid fans want. They just want Prime 1 again, again, again. Again, 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 again. They just want Prime 1. Prime 1, Prime 1, Prime 1, Prime 1 only. And Jetstream Dancing to Hero, I want Prime 2. But I don't think Retro's working on a goddamn thing right now. I think they're on vacation. But yeah, I'm just thinking of like, you know, imagine like a seedy kind of junker planet, you know, and like you're Samus Aran, and you know, it's still first person probably because, you know, it's retro, and, you know, America has to make everything first person. And imagine if, like, you know, you're going into the seedy planet, and you're going into like dive bars or whatever, and you're looking for info on a bounty. And you have dialogue trees and shit, and that like how is Samus gonna react to this? And then someone tries to get in a fucking fight, and then like you fucking turn on your suit and like your suit turns on and you just boom, and then you just get into a big fucking like shootout in this bar, and then like the bounty starts to like flee and run away, and you start chasing them like through like a seedy underbelly, and like they're trying to get away, and you can like morph ball into vents and shit and do stuff, and it's like it's not a Metroid game. It's not a Metroid structure. It's actually structured like a cyberpunk or something, or an RPG ish. And then like the choices you make depends on how and where you track down your bounty to. And then you just go from like planet to planet to planet. You go from different like habited planets to uninhabited planets to like abandoned outposts and shit like that. Where it's just like, this isn't a Prime game. This isn't like Metroid 6. It's not a numbered entry. It's like, what if we just have a Metroid game where Samus is just being a fucking bounty hunter? And it's an action RPG where it doesn't give you like the insanely free-form shit of like a Bethesda game, but it's more like, okay, you're a main character, like a Geralt, like a Jerry from the River, where it's like he's an established character and he has dialogue trees, but Jerry from the River is Jerry from the River. There's only so many different ways he can go. Polish first person. No, no. I would keep this in Retro's hands, because there's many good people who could do a first person action RPG in America, especially in Austin, Texas, where Retro is. There's a lot of. I'm almost thinking more like the talent pool that's there, and I'm like, okay, well, let's get some of the talent pool. Let's like play to their strengths and maybe stop trying to do whatever the. I actually like them trying to branch out a little more. Most people hate this game for all the things it does different from a Metroid game. I think it doesn't go far enough. I think they should have full committed to doing a completely different style of Metroid game instead of Prime 4. I think they should have ditched the Prime style almost altogether and gone for something completely different with this game. I think the game is fun. It was a surprise for me, because I was expecting this game to just be a sort of boring retread of Prime 1, just not as good, but prettier. And I got a game that took a bunch of swings. Definitely missed on a good few swings there. Took some swings, missed some balls, but I don't know. I'd rather someone try and fail than never try at all, than like sink into an endless sea of like repetitive mediocre clones that just slowly get worse and like just get less and less and less, so degrade over time and then become more and more unmemorable. Like, I don't fucking remember. I remember parts of Dread that were cool, but there's a lot of Dread I don't fucking remember of that game. I didn't even play the Metroid 2 remake. Hey, you know what? You don't have to be adulting. I'm not saying Samus should go to a fucking brothel or something. I'm just saying that, like, Samus go out there and be a bounty. You can make a really cool fucking PG-13 bounty hunting game. Star Wars Bounty Hunters: The Blueprint, the GameCube game? I never played that. I don't know. To me, the Metroidvania genre is so fucking overrepresented in the PC indie gamosphere that it's hard for me to be like, wish Metroid would just go back to being a Metroidvania. Put the Metroid back in Metroidvania. I'm like, motherfucker, you guys get a Metroidvania. You get a prize, or you get like 10 Metroidvanias released every day on Steam. We're not starving for Metroid like content. And again, keep making 2D Metroids, do Metroid 6, that's 2D style, do it, whatever, it's fine, like, go ahead and do it. I'm just saying, like, I rather than trying to do, like, twists on the Prime formula, I say fucking cut Prime formula off altogether and just go make an action RPG that's about bounty hunting and dialogue trees and upgrade, dialogue trees, skill trees, more player customization driven. I think Metroid 6 will happen. I don't know if it'll be Mercury Steam anymore, but I think Sakamoto will find someone to make a 2D Metroid. They've got next level games. They've got NST if they want to do that. There are people Nintendo can use to make. Maybe Bandai Singapore could take another stab at it and make a 2D Metroid again. I don't know. Do a RoboCop on Metroid style. Well, that's level based, but yeah, you're kind of thinking on the right track there, Sega Black Ops. Like RoboCop Rogue City, but like in a Metroid universe. Yeah, you're on the right track there. I like the game overall, but it's got issues. Like it definitely struggled to finish at the finish there. Flawed but fun. I enjoyed it. It's flawed, but I enjoyed it. Why weren't you saying come back? Cause shit's kind of gone down at Mercury Steam. It's a very troubled team to work for. People have left. They tried to make their own original game, and I think it completely flopped. And there's a lot of finger pointing, a lot of drama internally. I think if anything, Nintendo probably wants to find a studio that they can just leave Metroid with, because Retro took forever on this, and I don't know how much Nintendo is really thrilled with the idea of an expensive Metroid project again. Which again, if you're gonna spend $100 million on Metroid, that motherfucking thing should be Cyberpunk. Like the game, not the genre. Like it should be a Cyberpunk genre. It should be a giant action RPG if you're gonna spend that kind of fucking money on it. $70 fun. That's a bit of a steep price. That is kind of a steep price there. If it ever goes on a spring sale or whatever, it's a good pickup for a discount. Yeah, Switch 1 version's very good. I mean, it's cool that there is a Switch 2 version, but it's definitely kind of falling into that like it's a Switch 1 game. It's definitely still a Switch 1 game. Everyone losing their mind over this. This Final Fantasy 7 game. Also, I saw like Digital Foundry did another video on this one, and I'm like, is John? I think his name is John Linman from Digital Foundry. Is he like Benjamin Buttoning in real life? I feel like the man is like. I don't know how to say this without sounding like a complete asshole, but I guess here goes. But like the dude looks like he's reverse aging, where he looks like he almost looks like a little kid, like in a big adult body. like something about it. It's like he's still like adult proportion, but like he's got like this like baby face. His face is getting more and more like babyish and younger looking than it was like, a few years ago. I'm like, what is going on with this guy? He's like Benjamin Buttoning in real time. Oh yeah, Metroid Prime Hunters. Well, there was multiplayer Metroid Prime 2. There was a whole game dedicated to multiplayer. Metroid Prime Hunters. There was Federation Force, which everyone hated. Ah, it was a DS. It was a DS launch game. Well, like the early access version was. Wasn't there supposed to be other new games added? I've never played this game. Heard it's really short. Seven months when I got like what, 9 years? Don't expect a lot. I'll tell you right now. Like, there's probably not gonna be a lot of GameCube. GameCube will be the slowest drip feed of games. Okay, gold. Damn. Ridge Racer. They actually have a pretty decent fucking N64 library. You guys are all just lucky they still haven't put Diddy Kong on here, and I'll fucking whoop all your asses. Fucking spank you so hard you'll be nostalgic. Tonic Trouble, Poor Man's Rayman. I beat this game. And Rayman 2, The Great Escape. Now that game is actually really good on N64. How do they do memory cards on this system? Have they even like said? This is pretty good in 64. It's got most of the heavy hitters. And then Perfect Dark is in what, the M-rated thing that I haven't downloaded? And The Future is Forsaken, The Future is Forsaken, The Future is Forsaken. Throwback. It doesn't even have a claim on there. What the fuck? Why is Iggy's Wrecking Balls on here? The Penguin Snowboard. Didn't this game have good music, or am I like losing my mind? Did they or did they not put Conquer on the NSO? I know Perfect Dark is on here. You have to download an M-rated channel for N64. Wait, hold on, go back. That is gonna haunt Sony forever. When are we gonna get Hybrid Heaven on N64?
3, 2, 1, go! Alright, this is gonna be a great race! 3 laps to go!
Chat, what's gonna happen now that Harada's leaving Namco? Is Ridge Racer like ever gonna come back? Not that Harada was like in charge of it, but it's kind of like, bro, who is even left at Namco to make shit? Like, who's gonna champion Namco classic games? I mean, it's kind of a miracle you're still getting Ace Combat. He's leaving Namco, but he didn't say he was like retiring completely. To me, it sounds like he wants to create. He's not doing a whole lot of creating in his current job. He's doing managerial stuff. He's got like the weight of the company on his shoulders right now, and he just wants to make games. He just wants to create games. He can't create games doing what he's doing right now. Creatives want to create, they don't want to fucking be managers.
Not bad, but you could do better. Give it another shot.
Actually, let's see what's in that M-rated one. Hold on. Did they actually make themes for the Switch? Really? There we go. Blah, blah, blah. Made one what? No, they only made one for the NSO app. Oh. Well, I switched over to Kirby on that a while ago. A theme. Damn. Still no themes for the Switch, huh? I want themes for the Switch. Give me a Xenoblade theme. Come on. Yeah, so there's a mature. There's an N64 mature. Let's see what's in mature. I have never downloaded this before. The future is forsaken. The future is forsaken. Oh my god, we got European versions. Ugh. Ah, not much. Hey, we got Turok 1 and 2. We don't have 3, but we got Shadow Man. Oh, yes, motherfucker, yes. Perfect dork. Perfect dork. Expansion pack detected. Oh, this takes me back, Chad.
Why the big hurry?
If Dr. Carroll is not extracted tonight, Datadyne will put him through mind conditioning, and we'll lose our best chance of finding out what Datadyne are up to.
Are they all expendable?
Don't joke. You have to be careful, Joanna. Code keys will only operate while the owner is alive. If you kill them, the key is useless. Armed guards are a different matter, of course.
What's the target location?
Work your way down the building to the ground level. Dr. Carroll will be in a research lab somewhere in the underground facility.
How will I recognize him?
We don't have an image record, and we can't find any official files. All we have is the name. Good luck, Dr. Doc.
Joanna, it's good to see you. Come with me. I'll walk you around the training rooms.
Oh my god, I can't see. Please stop doing that, Joanna. It worries me.
The information center is through this door.
Hi there.
Hiya.
Hi there. If you hear any info, let me know, okay? I'm all ears.
Music was great though. I mean, we can all agree with that, right? Our GoldenEye is not better than Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark is better than GoldenEye in every single way, except it doesn't have dub on license. Anything else come out for this shit? Nope. Dude, they're done with Game Boy Advance, aren't they? Speaking of Metroid. Still one of the best Metroid games. Yeah, I should try it. Zero Mission's like one of the best games in the series. When are they remaking Twilight Princess? They already did. Sort of. Gradius and her 2 meg blaster. Or as 2 mega power. Oh god, the first game I ever bought with my own money. Survival Kids is on here. What the fuck is going on with Mega Man's face here? Man, Mega Man had it rough on Game Boy until like 5. Like the art and shit. Some good Game Boy games here. Oh god. Return of Samus. How about this? I've never played Metroid 2. Should I start with this one? Or should I play a remake? I wonder how much Nintendo was paying for this. A lot. So no Mario Land 2? You shut your mouth. Do, 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 do. Chat, what was the name of the boss in Space Zone? How many of you are real, actual Mario Land fans? What is the name of the boss of Space Zone? If there's a way to jump in. You only played 1 and 3? Well, you should still know the answer. Thank you, Game Prodigy. I think it's Tatanga. I'm disappointed in you guys. I think it's Tatanga? My remembering is Tatanga. The song will be in your head all day. A crying shame this never got a deluxe version. We never got a colorized version of this game. What a classic. I think they got rid of Donald Trump Soccer out of this game. Yeah, Donald Trump Soccer. Punch out and punch out. Nothing new, huh? But I can use this now. I can use the mouse. Oh yeah, I can do Mario Paint. Mouse required. Battletoads and Double Dragon. I need to get Nadia back out here. We need to play more Dream Course. Mario and Wario. How do I get Tataka's song to play here? I wonder what the advertisement was like for this game. So this game was kind of made in a response to the sort of satanic panic video games are all about evil and they're all violent. This was kind of this was sort of like a Nintendo response game, like, see, we're cool, we're family friendly, we have values. It was actually advertised like edutainment. If I remember anything about my drawing classes. No. The answer is no. I don't. I can't draw, chat. I've never been able to. You gotta click the O and it will turn into a bomb and explode and the song will be played. Game analysis, YouTuber, favorite music, oh god. Ugh, it's like not coming in at all. Whoa, that's too much. That good eye. There's I'm not working with much here. How do I get out of here? For real, it actually. Thank you, but it's not. This is kind of interesting. Simmons drew the mind's eye. Ooh, what's new? Oh shit. Oh shit. Xenoblade. Oh, what's a button? What are the buttons on this thing? That was 2020. Eh. They had the right idea for the game. They didn't have the talent. Holy shit. Only the first half, Happy Hammy. Wookiee hole. This is misery on the Joy-Con too. Like my left hand is in so much pain. Chad, I learned just how pathetically horny people are when we were playing the Battletoads 2020 game, and I was making thumbnails, and one thumbnail I used from was a cutscene. Remember, Battletoads 2020 has like super chibi, like Dexter's Lab looking artwork. And there's this thing where the evil queen in that game, this little chibi version of the evil queen, like just sticks her butt up in the air to like fart at you or whatever. And I just put that as the thumbnail, and it had more views than any other fucking... She was fully clothed too, but more views than any other thing in the entire playthrough I put up of it. And I'm just like, bro, it could be the most fucking basic couple of blocks thrown together with some eyes, and it's enough for some of y'all. There's such a good comic of this, just this level. Oh my god, I'm totally making it. I'm actually gonna do it. You know, last panel just smashed. If you press B in the air, it drops him like a rock. Chad, isn't this what video gaming's all about? The greatest fucking video game right here. That goddamn level warp. Or did I already pass it? Did anything come out for Genesis? I doubt it, right? Genesis does. You can't do that on Nintendo. Genesis does. Genesis does. Genesis does. Sega! G2, what are we talking about? Sega. Musha. Ooh, there you go. Crusader Ascenti. There's something new to play. Or is it just an update? Damn. The Last Crusader. What in the fuck is this shit? Zero Wayne. Let's go. Beyond Oasis. Maybe we can play Street Fighter 2 online, chat. Oh no. Panic on Funkatron. Let's go. pain. The original Dark Souls, chat. What the fuck? Right, Chad? Tell me this isn't the original Dark Souls. Just tell me it's not. Now, chat, who gets the cookie? In chat, who can say what the who can type out exactly what this game is in Japan? Bullshit. Yeah, he's from Divinity. Pigs throw up on you. That's not fair. I know Ghost and Goblin. Oh, bro, this game is a mouthful to say in Japanese. God damn it. No, that's the translated name, Sunset Jack. I mean, like, type out the full fucking name in Japanese. I can't take it. Takes about all I can stand. Actor Man, Kid Chameleon, goddamn. Gynax worked on this. Oh yeah, by the way, R.I.P. Gynax. They're officially bankrupt and dead now. Associated with Gynax, R.I.P. These are gonna pull up that full mouthful of a name. Yeah, Daima Kaimura for Great Demon World Village for Ghouls and Ghosts, and Goku Mai Kaimura for Ultimate Ghost Gods. Daima Kaimura. This is such a weird shit. I'll tell you what, chat. This looks like some Nick Arcade shit. Arthur to Astaroth, no Nazo Maikamura. Right? There you go. Comic Zone. Tell you what. One day I need to go through Shining Force 2. Like all the way through Shining Force 2. Mean Bean Machine. I don't know about one. I don't know if they'll hit the score for Ghouls and Ghosts because they had no idea how they were like. They would just say, get 50,000 points on level 1, and like some games that would be totally doable, and other games that would be impossible because nobody actually play tested their rules on Nick Arcade. She basically just looks like Tifa in red. I just realized that. Grief. That's totally MJ back there. You don't have any like super moves in this game, do you? Oh, there's that. Alright, I'll shut up. Jackknife. Chat, why did you use a Bashir Cook so goddamn hard in this game? My Jesus. Dude, how come nobody besides Yuzo Koshiro and like the people doing Sonic 3 could ever get anything out of Genesis? Just leave this shit on the ground. Getting lost in the sauce on this one, Chad. This motherfucker always is hard to hit. Disneyland. Pirates. Ooh, this paralyzing is messing with my brain. Streets of Rage 4 are free. Geeker. Shit. Scorn. I want you to look at the base of that thing. Right above the U. Right above the U on the pause. And tell me, what do you see? Right above the U in the pause right there. What is that, chat? What are you seeing? All right. Do you see what I see? No, you don't see it 10 hours long. You don't see. Oh, I can't use the mouse functionality on this. It's a neck retractable hole, obviously, duh. Yeah. Not going there? Why? Sega did. baseball. It's like, ooh. This game is in dangerous times. It's a bag of chips, a tube of Pringles, and you can't stop. Chad, someone take the controller away from me. Chad, why is nobody doing that? Big Ben. This guy laughed like Squidward in Streets of Rage 4. No. Plankton. Enough. Oh my god, how many of these are there now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Jesus. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop myself, chat. I'm gonna stop myself for the sake of my own sanity. This is pretty convenient. Pretty sure I don't have that installed though. Damn, RE4. Hell yeah, I want RPG. Beat 'em up bundle. Holy shit, I forgot about that. So many goddamn games are on the fucking Switch. I like that attitude. Alright, chat. I think that's gonna wrap it up for me tonight. I had a fun night. Fun night was had by all. Beat Metroid Prime 4. Now I can finally, well, I have to go through Silent Hill F, but I can probably, mostly, finally say, definitively start making my best games of the year of 2025. It's time for me to go through my top 10. So, yeah, you all have a good one, chat. I will see you next time. Have a good one.